in progress.
Let me start by recognizing Ntate Mosotho Moepa, the chairperson of the IEC. I saw the CEO, Sai Mamabulu, but I don't see him now. Okay. Let me also recognize a fellow commissioner, a member of the regulator, Ms. Alison Tilly, the CEO of the Information Regulator, Ntate Musala Nyane Musala, the executives that have joined us, both from the IEC and the Information Regulator, and I know that there's colleagues from the media. Let me get it correctly. Okay, I'll look at it because I have to take off my glasses when I look at this thing. But this is a tried engagement or collaboration. So you're all recognized. First and foremost, just take note that by virtue of joining this meeting, it means you consent to your pictures being taken, you being recorded, and I hope that nobody has an objection to that. Because these days you should not just assume. We were telling some political parties that when people get into their rallies, they take those pictures and they make billboards without having consulted the people who attended that rally. And they thought that that was very ridiculous, but we said, no, put a general disclaimer, things have changed. You can't continue to do things the way we used to do them in the past. Privacy now has come at a premium, and we know that it's easy to violate people's privacy. Yeah, with those few words, without any waste of time, I think all of us have got a program, and I'm sure you are orientated about the facilities in this place. If you need to respond to the call of nature, there are people who will show you the bathrooms outside. And we intend to stick to the times that are allocated for the program. So let's not embarrass each other by violating the times that are allocated. Like I said, we are joined by Ntate Musala Nyane, and without any waste of time, I'm going to invite him to give us a welcome and opening address. Oh, sorry, maybe before that. Sorry about that. We were supposed to be joined by the chairperson of the regulator, Advocate Pensitla Kula. Unfortunately, he's in Geneva. He has promised us to join virtually. Hopefully, we hope that he will join us virtually. Advocate Strom was supposed to be one of the panelists today, who's also a member and a commissioner of the Information Regulator. Unfortunately, she's not feeling well, and therefore she cannot be with us today. And secondly, there was if you look at the program, there's an item that is supposed to start after lunch, after the Q&A session. The title of it is the launch of the guidance note on the processing of personal information of voters by political parties. The guidance note has been prepared by the regulator. As the regulator, from time to time, we're empowered by the Act to produce guidance note to provide a guide on how to process or handle the processing of personal information and how to facilitate access to information. So that guidance note will not be presented today because it still has to go through the internal processes of approval. But the guidance note is ready. A notice will be issued to the public as soon as it is ready, and we also encourage people to check out our website, because normally all our guidance notes are posted on our website. Thank you. Tate Musala.
Lochani, good morning.
Goeiemorgen. Absheni. Dumelang. Kgotsong. Siyanibonani. Dimachironi. Thobela. Molweni. Program Director, Chairperson and board members of the IEC present today, members of the Information Regulator, CEO of the IEC and your executives, representatives of Media Monitoring Africa, executives of the regulator, representatives of political parties, all stakeholders present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start on a lighter note. 41 years ago, I found myself in Gugulethu in Cape Town as a young teacher. I was starting work. So I was in Gugulethu in Cape Town, and I met a friend from that area, from an area called Malunga Park in Gugulethu in Cape Town. And he greeted me. He said, "Molo Buti." And because I was from the Free State and I'm a Sotho-speaking person and Tswana-speaking person, I was a little confused by that greeting, Molo Buti, and I said, "Can you explain what is that?" He said, "Means good morning, brother." And I greeted back to say, "Molo Buti." A few days later, he calls me, and it was in the afternoon. And he called me to invite me to a party at the University of Cape Town. And he greeted me again, and it is in the afternoon, and he said, "Molo Buti." And I said, "No, Chief. The other day you said Molo means good morning, brother, but it's in the afternoon. You are saying to me, Molo Buti." He said, "That's how we greet each other in Cape Town. And I was going to invite you to a party, so you better behave." So I decided not to contest and that argument further, because I wanted to attend the party. So a few days later, he came to fetch me to go to the party, and it was in the evening. And he greeted me again. He said, "Molo Buti." I kept quiet, and I did not reply back. And I accepted that in Cape Town, which is my second home, when they greet you in the morning, they say Molo Buti. When they greet you during the day, they say Molo Buti. When they greet you in the evening, they say Molo Buti. And as I was driving here this morning, I thought about this, and I was asking myself, is this part of misinformation and disinformation? And I also called myself to order, because this coming weekend I'll be in Cape Town. And I realized that I must just forget about this topic. So I just wanted to say, on a lighter note, that's how people greet each other in Cape Town. So on behalf of the Information Regulator, the Independent Electoral Commission, and Media Monitoring Africa, who made this day possible, I wish to welcome you to this dialogue on misinformation and Disinformation. Your participation and contribution will be highly appreciated. Please allow me to make the following remarks. You will all know that the Information Regulator is established in terms of Section 39 of the Protection of Personal Information Act number 4 of 2013 and has a dual mandate. It has got a mandate to protect personal information, but it also has a mandate to promote access to information. And that is the mandate of the Information Regulator. So with the forthcoming general election, the regulator has two primary concerns. The first one is the handling of personal information of voters by political parties and other role players in the electoral process. And the second concern is the phenomenon of misinformation and disinformation, which poisons the well of free flow of credible, reliable, and accurate information necessary for making an informed choice, especially during the elections. So why are we here? We are here for three reasons. Firstly, we need to explore the role of government, of constitutional bodies, of media, social media platforms, political parties, and different civil society organizations in curbing misinformation and disinformation. Secondly, we need to discuss how to prevent the amplification of misinformation and disinformation content, which can undermine voters' willingness and ability to participate constructively during elections. And lastly, we need to deliberate on the role of media and social media in ensuring accurate information dissemination during the 2024 general election period. So in conclusion, as we engage in these important subjects that are likely to affect voters in South Africa as they prepare themselves for the upcoming general elections, I encourage each stakeholder present here to effectively ponder on their respective role in ensuring that negative effects of misinformation and disinformation are eliminated at all costs. So on behalf of the regulator, I wish all participants in this multi-stakeholder engagement session fruitful discussion that will contribute towards protecting voters' rights against the negative impact of misinformation and disinformation. I read a book titled A Cry and Lamentations from Our Ancestors. It's a book co-authored by two Ghanaian writers, Alex Aful and Stephen Beguya. And in that book, they quote Marcus Garvey, and this is the quote: "A nation is a team. Everyone has a role to play in keeping the team nation a winner. Consequently, one must be held accountable for doing their shares to contribute to the nation's continued victory in life." So our efforts today must assist this beloved, our motherland, to remain a winning nation. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ntate Musala. I have been asked to just point out a few key issues that we hope today's discussions will touch on. I think one of them, assuming that we all understand what is misinformation and disinformation, but that I would leave to the experts. But we expect to come up with some views on what regulatory mechanisms that could be put in place to deal with ensuring that the information that is out there is credible, is accurate, and it reflects what is the purpose of that information is. Secondly, also assisting voters at this trying time in this election season. I know that it's not an overnight thing, especially in the era of social media, which travels at a very lightning speed. But at least to be able to spot, I think some people call it fake or wrong information, before you press that button and forward it to the next person. So we're hoping that we'll say something about that. And the effective usage of social platforms during this time of election. And who takes responsibility for the specific media houses or social media platform contribution to misinformation and disinformation. We hope to get some answers there. The role of government and civil society in curbing misinformation and disinformation during the election period, and I'm hoping that the panels will touch on that issue. Furthermore, which key legislation and institution should play a role in encouraging access to accurate information by voters? One of them is the Information Regulator, because we've got a dual mandate. Firstly, to regulate the processing of personal information, but also to promote access to information. What can be improved in the existing public-private partnership to strengthen the regulatory efforts? When voters fall victims of misinformation and disinformation, what recourse do they have? Without any waste of time, before I call Ntate Musutu Muyepa. Ntate Musutu Simon Muyepa is a member of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. He was appointed to this position in November 2018 for a term of 7 years. Musutu has been associated with election management since 1998, when he joined the commission and successfully held various positions, including positions of director for electoral logistics, senior manager, electoral logistic planning and infrastructure, deputy chief electoral officer, and chief electoral officer. At the end of his term as chief electoral officer, Musutu sought to pursue other interests and therefore did not seek a renewal of his mandate as chief electoral officer for South Africa. Prior to his appointment as a member of the commission, Musutu completed several continental consulting assignments in the management of elections, democratic governance, peace building, and electoral conflict resolution. These assignments included work completed with the United Nations Development Programme, International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance, IDEA, the African Union Commission, and the Electoral Institute for Sustainable Democracy in Africa, and the Electoral Commission Forum of SADC countries. Musutu has covered various election-related assignments in diverse jurisdictions, including Australia, Belgium, Botswana, Canada, the Comoros, Kenya, Lesotho, Malawi, Madagascar, Nigeria, Somalia, South Africa, South Sudan, Spain, Sudan, Tanzania, Zanzibar, and Zimbabwe. Before his involvement with election, Musutu held position in the fast-moving consumer goods, third-party logistics and information technology industries, where he worked for Unilever South Africa Pty Limited, Transnet Freight and Rail, Barloworld Limited, and the Bidvest Group. Masutu holds a Master's of Business Administration as well as other commercial degrees. That's an interesting conclusion. Normally, we are supposed to list all those degrees. And I think Ntate Masutu is being modest about it. Now I invite Ntate Masutu to address us.
I would have stolen this thing if I knew you had it. Program Director Ntate Gwala, members of the Information Regulator and your esteemed executives, distinguished representatives and leaders of media monitoring team present here this morning, my colleagues at the IEC and our executive team and staff, leaders and representatives of political parties, I've seen you present here this morning, members of the Fourth Estate, the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I rise because the moment requires that we confront the realities we face. John Adams is quoted to have said some years ago, and I must tell you, I'm very young. I realize that many of you might have been around when he said this in 1765. And I want to quote him. He said, "Liberty cannot be preserved without the general knowledge among the people who have a right and a desire to know." And I thought these were profound words. To deal with matters in a democracy where information plays such a crucial role. The great Mahatma Gandhi once said, "The truth never damages a cause that is just." These words, Gandhi's philosophy and teachings, had a significant impact on many African leaders and scholars, particularly during the struggle for independence. Gandhi believed that truth was an essential weapon in the fight for justice and that no cause grounded in truth could be defeated in the long run. In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. These are words quoted from an unknown source. And I reflected on these words. In a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. There comes a time in the life of a nation when the truth must be spoken without fear or favor. For us, this is the time. As we approach the 2024 National and Provincial Elections, that time has, in my humble view, arrived. From our vantage point of view at the Electoral Commission, there is an urgency and a responsibility in the fight against the triple ills of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Our democratic process is under threat, not from external forces, but from within our own society. The dangers of information, disinformation, and malinformation loom large, casting a shadow over the integrity of our electoral process and the very foundations of our democracy. Misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation are not mere buzzwords or abstract concepts. They are insidious. They are here, and they are forcing us to look at the truth when it is distorted and to fight to ensure that the truth prevails. They manipulate public information and opinion and undermine the legitimacy of our democratic institutions. They sow seeds of doubt They breed distrust and foster division among our citizens. They threaten the very fabric of our society. In recognition of the gravity of this threat, the Electoral Commission, together with our partners here today, the Information Regulator and the Media Monitoring Africa, are seeking to confront and eradicate these evils. We have entered into partnerships with social media companies and are working with the Information Regulator in particular to look at that legislative framework that our country has carved for us to deal with such ills. Through collaborative efforts, we aim to safeguard the integrity of our electoral processes and uphold the principles of transparency, accountability, and fairness. However, our success in combating misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation depend not only on the actions of institutions, but also on the cooperation of all stakeholders, particularly those who are contesting in these elections. Accordingly, I urge all political parties, candidates, and their supporters to exercise restraint and responsibility in their communication strategies. Also, and perhaps most importantly, the Commission has taken steps to put in place measures to deal with instances of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Our plea is that before rushing to the media with all allegations or accusations, those who are confronted by issues they need to deal with must first approach the Commission and give us an opportunity to address instances of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Together, we can ensure that our electoral process remains free from manipulation and distortion. The growing role of social media in elections and everyday life cannot be overestimated. Neither can it be ignored. While social media platforms have the potential to empower citizens and facilitate dialogue, they also pose a significant amount of risks in terms of the spread of misinformation. It is incumbent upon all of us to critically evaluate the information we encounter online and to seek credible and truthful sources to engage in responsible digital citizenship. For us, ultimately, the fight against misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation is not just about preserving the integrity of our electoral process. It is about empowering our citizens to make informed decisions about their own lives and the future of our own nation. As guardians of democracy, it is our collective responsibility to uphold the truth, defend the principles of democracy, and safeguard the rights and freedoms of all South Africans. It is not an easy thing to simply say, I have done my bit, when one closes their eye to an injustice being done to persons that are dependent on good information to make decisions affecting their own lives. It is in this regard that we don't merely gather here this morning, but we look to the future in a manner that wants to ensure that truth prevails in the manner that citizens confront it every day. In conclusion, let me pledge to stand united against the forces of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Let us commit ourselves to a future where the truth prevails, where trust is restored, and where democracy flourishes. Together, we can overcome this challenge and build a brighter, a more resilient future for our beloved country. We have inherited a country that we cannot leave the same. In fact, if we do so, we have done absolutely nothing in our lifetime. We must hand our responsibilities to generations coming behind us in a manner that has advanced the cause of managing this triple evils of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. Let us find inspiration in the words of an African scholar, Mulifiket Asante, who said, and I quote, "The truth may be stretched thin, but it never breaks, and it always surfaces above lies as oil floats above water." I close quote. May our efforts to fight these triple ills be victorious and bear much fruit as we prepare for one of the most important contested elections in our country and in our lifetime. I want to thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations throughout the day, even as we go forward. Thank you indeed, Program Director.
I'm informed that we are joined by other people on the digital platform. I'm hoping that somebody will indicate to me when we reach the question session if there's somebody who's raising a hand and so on, and also if there are people that needs to be acknowledged. Yes. Now we will start with our first panel, which will deal with what are misinformation and disinformation and how can they affect the quality of 2024 elections. And I invite my colleague, Ms. Alison Tilley, to introduce the speakers and facilitate this session. A round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gwala. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's a super busy time of year for everybody who's thinking about elections, so we really do thank you for attending. Looking at the question of misinformation and disinformation and all the other kinds of information, the regulator is, I have to confess, somewhat obsessed with information and information quality, which is something that we talk about a lot. Managing of it, making sure it doesn't go to the wrong people in the wrong ways, so the data breaches that we have to investigate. And also trying to help people get access to information, because we do think that information is the oxygen of democracy. However, there are these forces at play, and I think that's really the concern about misinformation and disinformation. I'm going to invite our presenters to come up and speak. The first presenter will be Ms. Lubisi Nkosi-Nkulu. She's with Media Monitoring Africa, the head of communications there, and also on the South African Internet Governance Forum. And I think somebody who will be able to take us down the road a little bit on these concepts that we are grappling with.
Slightly on the taller end. Good morning, everyone. I'm hoping my presentation will be shown, but I don't need to introduce myself, but I think it's important for me to introduce the organization that I work for, because, thank you, because the information that I'm about to share and the context and landscape that I'm about to build for you is really informed by the initiatives that we've had for the past years as we're trying to grapple with combating mis and disinformation. So for those that are not familiar with Media Monitoring Africa, we've been operating since 1993. And in 1994, we got to monitor media coverage for the first time at our democratic elections. And ever since then, we've been monitoring each and every election that we've held in South Africa. And also over the years, we've really been innovative when it comes to going with the shape and the shift and the evolving nature of the media landscape. However, today I'm going to zone in and zoom in onto one of the biggest threats that I think I'd like to emphasize we can face when it comes to our democracy and our election process. But first, I'd like to look at the assumptions and starters. In most cases, when we speak about mis and disinformation and the threat that it holds, we always have the global lens, then zone it into the local context. And it's very important for us to understand what scene and what setting are we operating in, and what is this vulnerable environment that is actually causing mis and disinformation to thrive, right? So looking at the evolving nature of digital media, however, very well knowing that we're dealing with a huge threat of a digital divide. So sitting here, when it comes to access to information, when it comes to access to technology and access to accurate and credible information is key. The other one is looking at the nature in which it actually spreads. We always talk about it and zoom in as an online threat, but in reality, it's also an offline threat. And I think we've seen over the years, in our country in particular, how violence was instigated through online platforms, how misinformation and disinformation was infiltrating offline and online and offline rather settings. So looking at the the problem that we're facing in terms of us dealing with mis and disinformation is looking at the increasing nature of how mis and disinformation is actually an intersectional threat. So when we're talking about hate speech, when we're talking about incitement to violence, when we're talking about harassment online, that the disinformation tactics that are used within that to ensure that that online harm does the agenda that it was created for. But most importantly, looking at the new additions and the changes when we're talking about our Electoral Act and the understanding and voter education that needs to go behind that, not only for our users and citizens, but also for media themselves. One of my favorite graphics that I like to share and use, because we always use the term fake news. However, we don't like using that term. I personally don't like using that term because we're not actually talking about the threat for what it is. Fake news is a term that can be used by those in power, right, to deflect accountability. What we're dealing with here is disinformation. And I'd like to highlight the difference between the different terms because in most times, we tend to use them interchangeably. And I think it's important to understand and start defining what it is. So disinformation is false, inaccurate, or misleading information that has been designed, presented, or promoted to intentionally and deliberately cause public harm, and this is either for profit or for the harm that it means to cause. And harm in this regard, when we're talking about elections, could be preventing election, the conduct or outcome of an election, and obviously influencing the right for a user and citizen to make an informed decision. And we're starting to talk about misinformation. You take away the intent, you take away the deliberate nature, because this is somebody who's passing on a message or sharing or engaging in a narrative without the intentional aim to cause the harm. So it might actually be shared out of good intention to warn the next person or to inform the next person or the loved one or the friend. However, that's where misinformation and disinformation thrives. It's through the likes, the sharing, and the commenting. And that's why I'm always zoning back to the user, because at the end of the day, those are the individuals that are engaging with this information and that need to understand not to take everything at face value. And how does it work? And why should we care about how it works? It will actually start helping us to start understanding the nature in which it operates in, but most importantly, when it comes to mitigating and combating it, what measures and mechanisms need to be put in place. First, disinformation always has a percentage of truth because it literally infiltrates a landscape or ecosystem or environment vulnerable enough to take everything at face value. Second to that, it thrives on emotions, whether it's fear, anxiety, or confusion. And we can all agree with the amount of information that's all being overloaded to users online. It's very difficult, particularly in a time of, anxiety, because it's elections, and we can all agree that these are the biggest elections for the past years that we're really going to have. Third to that is the consequences of undermining. So this is looking at discrediting, whether it's the individual or whether it's the institution itself. It aims to break trust. And once trust is broken, it's very difficult to rebuild it currently right now in the context that we're operating in. Fourth, the end result, as I said, is to undermine our democracy. And in this regard, when you're looking at how they do it and how technology is used to advance the amplification nature of their narratives, it's very key to start looking at, which I'll touch on next, echo chambers. And there's a reason why I'm focusing on echo chambers. A lot of us, and some of us, are not aware that as we are engaging online, we're actually fitted into echo chambers based on the content or the narratives that we engage with, based on obviously the agendas that we like to look at, the key topics that we always search for when we're online. And the reality is, because I'm engaging with information that I like and usually I'm used to seeing, we're all in these echo chambers which can easily be infiltrated, because we're already engaging with like-minded individuals, but also like-minded experts that perhaps are posing as experts, but not really. And this is where we start seeing the issue of opinion versus fact come into play, where somebody could come into their space on social media and state something as a fact, whereas it was actually an opinion. And where people can't differentiate the two, or if it's not stated as so, it's very difficult for somebody to be able to maneuver in that type of space. So what are the old threats, the news powers and mechanisms? I think it's the biggest one to highlight is that there is a lack of strong digital and media literacy skills amongst the public. And second to that, as much as the media plays a very critical role, which we'll touch on later, the public needs to ensure that they are also equipped with the skills and tools to be able to combat mis and disinformation. We can all agree that our political climate at this stage and recent changes to the Electoral Act poses a different set of challenges when we're talking about information and engaging in terms of how they'll be able to actually ensure that they are understanding the information that they are receiving, but looking at the sources as well. One of the quotes that we like sharing at MMA, because it starts helping us shift the idea of information and the importance of it. And this is about information being liberating, and education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family, because an educated electorate is a powerful electorate, because an informed citizenry is the greatest defender of freedom. Every single person sitting in this room is a digital citizen. And that comes with accountability and responsibility, but also it comes with the weight of the information that you're engaging with online and being able to differentiate that. The solution. At MMA, we unpack this in four folds. It's very great that we have amazing institutions that I could really stand here the whole day and list who are doing amazing work, including MMA. But the reality is, as we're working in silos to mitigate and combat this issue, we're not going to get the impact story that we're looking for, because we're all in our own pockets. So the importance of collaboration, a multi-stakeholder approach, and working together to ensure that we're mitigating this and bringing all our efforts and resources into one box, we'll actually start seeing the changes that we're looking for. And some of these are the multi-stakeholder partnership, which will be touched on later on with the IEC, MMA, and the social media platforms. And to this, adding to this as well, the Disinformation 2024 Elections Working Group, which consists of different organizations such as Africa Check, SANEF, MMA, and LFR, to name a few. Second to that, when we talk about technology or even mention or utter the word artificial intelligence, it's either some run of the room or shuck their head under the table or look at it out of fear, excitement, and see the opportunity that it possesses. The local innovation that can come from that has been evident for the past 4 or 5 years with tools such as Real 411 and Padre, how we can actually start using technology itself to assist us when it comes to combating mis and disinformation. Monitoring, analyzing, and producing results when it comes to media coverage. Media is the foundation of our democracy, and we can all agree when it comes to information sharing, they play such a critical role in that. And to understand how they report and how they hold power to account, but also how they bring in diversity and representation is key. And as mentioned, this is something that we've been doing since 1993. Last to that is campaigning. And not campaigning in your traditional sense, but campaigning and understanding that we're no longer talking about, and we shouldn't be only talking about debunking, meaning reacting to narratives that have already been spread out. But the importance of actually empowering citizens comes with pre-bunking. How do we ensure that we're spending enough efforts into our users when it comes to empowering them with the skills that are needed? So instead of us saying, how do we debunk this? I challenge to say, how do we pre-bunk this? I'll touch a bit on some of the innovative tools that have really helped us to start looking at the trends of disinformation within South Africa, but also how it has empowered citizens to be able to actually do something about mis and disinformation that they see online. And this is the platform called Real 411, which was launched in 2019 in partnership with the IEC. And since then, we've partnered for the 2021 elections together with the 2024 elections when it comes to being the platform that can be used by citizens to be able to submit any complaints that they see around mis and disinformation. The importance about this is three things: the independence, and the overall key principle of one principle fits all. In most cases, when it comes to disinformation, you'd find that perhaps it's taken down on Facebook, but still thriving on X. So you're dealing with a problem in one space, but then it's still thriving in another space, meaning that it's still actively doing what it's meant to do. Third to that, it's how it's embedded within our constitution and the human rights-based approach that it has, and how it's localized, that either or you come across a complaint that is in isiZulu, isiXhosa, is Sesotho, you can submit that complaint. So it offers the official languages, the official South African languages, and it also offers the transparency, so meaning you can actually engage with the complaints that have been submitted online. This is just a showcasing of the platform and how it looks like. As you can see, it has our 2024 interface currently. And this is how the complaints form looks like. And obviously, next to each online harm, there is a criteria that helps to guide citizens as they do submit these complaints. And obviously, where they see it is very key and crucial. Because one of the things that we've started seeing over the years is how disinformation narratives comes in different formats as you move from different platforms. So whether it's audio or whether it's visual or whether it's text. These are some of the complaints that we've received so far on the platform itself. And as mentioned, that during elections, it does go to the ISC for comment, and thereby an outcome is relayed on the platform itself. And as you can see here, this example, there was a takedown request for it, and also an issuing of alerts in the form of an infographic as well. Second to that, we've got the political party advert repository called Padre, which basically is a first and aims to really ensure when it comes to access to information. This falls in line with the African Commission of Human Rights when it comes to how easily it is to manipulate media assets that are created by political parties. Gone are the days where you'd stand by the robots and the only campaigning that you'd see are posters and banners, whereas now those key messages are also designed for online platforms. And we've seen this happen with the manipulation of graphics and the manipulation of videos. And what this platform does is it provides that access to any South African citizen to actually be able to engage with the different campaign assets that were created by the parties, whether it was a graphic or whether it was a video. Obviously, this is meant to empower the citizen to be able to actually verify if what they've come across was really created by the party itself. But one of the key big new additions to Padre that I'd like to highlight is the social media ad campaigns and how that also plays a role during elections when it comes to influence. And what happens here is when you click onto the social media ad campaigns, you can actually see which political party is running an ad on which platform. This information is being pulled using an API from Google and Meta. And as you can see, well, obviously this is from a screenshot that I took some time ago, but you can see the spend and you can see, obviously, it drives you to the link so that you can actually engage. This assists any citizen to understand why is it when I log on to Meta, for example, I keep seeing this ad pop up. Or why is it that I keep engaging with these narratives? And this can assist in terms of seeing the ads that are being spent on, but also in terms of seeing the transparency behind those ads as well. And I think last to end is to emphasize when it comes to us engaging today around mis and disinformation, is to really understand that who are we engaging for? But second to that, what current context and landscape are we actually driving in? That would really help us to actually indicate where we are and where we need to be, but most importantly, the mechanisms that we can put in place or that are already in place to mitigate that. And I think I'll stop there for now, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to now welcome our next speaker to the podium. Prof. Mario is with the University of Johannesburg, and his particular research interests, I think, speak to the issues that we're interested in today, so particularly misinformation and elections, but I think other issues around surveillance, conflict, peace building. So I think there's as always, for those of us who are interested in information and disinformation, there are always other areas that we're interested in, and what the knock-on is on those areas when people don't tell the truth. I do like the idea of telling the truth being a radical act. It's revolutionary. Please, if you would come to the...
Thank you so much, panel facilitator. Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here. My name is Admire Murray. I'm coming from the Department of Communication and Media at the University of Johannesburg. My role is very simple. I just want to talk about what I call electoral disinformation in South Africa, typologies, targets, and trends. That's essentially what I'll be talking about. But before that, I just want to say that I want to echo what Alison just said, that information is the oxygen of democracy, and I do believe that. But I also want to just go a step further and argue that contaminated information is a threat to democracy. That's what I want to argue today. I also want to argue that manipulated information chokes electoral democracies and sows seeds of distrust and the circulation of conspiracy theories. The other argument that I also want to make as I make this particular submission is to say distorted information undermines democratic institutions. Thank you. Let me proceed with my presentation. I hope. All right. I think this is the outline in terms of what I want to talk about. Just wanted to define some of the key terms, but already Nomshad has already done that. I also wanted to look at some of the key typologies or the types of mis and disinformation that we see in our different ecosystems. I also wanted to then define what electoral disinformation is all about, and then also talk about what I call great power competition and the power of geopolitical shifts that we are seeing and how that influences the coming in of what I call imported disinformation campaigns, especially in the African context. I also wanted then to talk about the South African context, talk about the different types and trends of electoral disinformation that we are seeing, and some of the interventions that we can actually put in place as we try to push back against disinformation in this particular election. Let me just try and move a bit faster, and I'll jump these slides because already, I think now Nomshad has already unpacked what we are talking about when we talk about misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. I think the issue has to do with the intention to harm, but also it has to do with the ability to actually then make sure that that harm actually does take place. I'll jump again here because I think that has been flagged. I just want to talk about what I call electoral disinformation. And for me, I think this is the elephant in the room. As we go towards elections, we are essentially dealing with what I call electoral disinformation. And by this concept, I understand that, of course, my font size somehow is a bit small, but I think some of us can actually be able to see. I refer to the purposeful and deliberate spreading of false and misleading information related to candidates, one, political parties, electoral management bodies, electoral courts, observer missions, and the electoral process itself. That's essentially what we are dealing with in this particular space where we find ourselves. And this, as I've already pointed out, is a tendency actually to manipulate voter and civic information. It actually can dampen our participation, especially in elections. When you realize that what you thought your party is going to stand for, and then that information is manipulated, it can actually dampen your willingness to participate in elections, or your willingness to go out and cast the vote because you think that the election has already been rigged, or you think that the election is not going to give the outcome that it is required to give, and then that dampens your participation in that election. And I think that is the elephant in the room. The other issue that I also want to emphasize is that we are dealing with electoral disinformation in a context where AI has become very much alive in our everyday lives. And I think that is the most important thing about this particular election. And I think we have already seen the use of voice cloning, especially for those that are aware of what happened in the elections in Pakistan, for example. The use of voice cloning. It's very easy nowadays with AI technologies to actually create and to mimic other people's voices. You can easily do that. And the lower barriers of entry in terms of producing content using AI complicates our electoral information ecosystem. It also complicates how we are going to navigate this particular space where we find ourselves. And I think the elephant in the room, as I've already pointed out, is how are we going to make sure we give the necessary digital skills to the ordinary person to be able to deal and to be able to fact-check AI-generated misinformation or AI-generated disinformation. And I think that is what we are dealing with at this point in time. Unfortunately, we find ourselves in a situation where platforms like ChatGPT, Bard, Bing are now part and parcel of our everyday life, and we can't run away from that fact. But I think the onus in the room is to say, how do we work together as a collective to make sure that we push back against this insidious information ecosystem that has been contaminated? Let me just move and talk about what I call the great power competition. Here, when I talk about the great power competition, unfortunately, we in Africa, we find ourselves in a situation where we are at the mercy of the global superpowers. And when they fight, oftentimes, it's the grass that suffers. And unfortunately, South Africa is caught up in that kind of great power competition. Right now, on one end, in terms of our soiled relationships with the US, on the one hand, and also our stance towards what is actually happening in Gaza. And that makes us a fertile ground for this great power competition to play itself out. And I think I want to emphasize this, because once you have great power competition plays itself out, it's very easy for foreign actors to use your electoral ecosystem as a space where they can actually do experiments around pushing out imported disinformation campaigns. And we are going to see that, and we are already seeing some of it. And I think that is what we need to begin to unpack, to say, how do we deal with foreign-generated disinformation campaigns that are done at a distance? It's a remote-controlled disinformation campaigns that we are talking about here. It's not about domestic actors, it's about foreign actors that have got an interest in terms of who is going to govern this country going forward and who is going to be at the seat of power come the 29th or the 30th of May 2024. And I think that is the elephant in the room for me. So we already have got different superpowers that we know have got an interest in this country. Of course, China is one of them. Russia is one of them. Israel, of course, because of the relationship that is already happening. USA, France, and many other. We can talk about many other. But what that entails is that we are going to be dealing with a cocktail of different kinds of disinformation campaigns. On the one hand, we are dealing with foreign disinformation campaigns, but on the other hand, we are also dealing with domestic disinformation campaigns, which is generated by ordinary people or different kinds of political parties or even corporates that have got an interest in terms of who then governs this particular country. But also, we are also going to be dealing with what I call imported or exported disinformation campaigns. I think that is another conversation that we can have. But let me just go back to the South African context and say, why do I think this context provides a fertile ground for these kinds of campaigns? Certainly, as already Nomshad has already pointed out, the way in which this election has been constructed, framed by the media, is that it's one of the most competitive electoral processes that we have seen since 1994. And I think we have also seen a rise of so many political parties, which makes it very interesting in terms of the stakes that are at play, but also the geopolitical tensions that I've already talked about in terms of what is happening in terms of the US-SA relations, SA stance in terms of its support for what is happening in Gaza, the relationship between South Africa and Russia also. It also creates all this kind of thing. But also what is also very interesting is that if we look at the previous elections, the ruling party has been losing a lot of ground in terms of metropolitan provinces. And that, again, if you look at what has been happening in the region, beyond here, South Africa, we have seen a tendency where liberation parties have pretty much have been ruralized, pretty much pushed out of the urban areas to start becoming almost like rural parties. And I think this trend is not only one that we can only see here in South Africa, but it's also going continental and also in terms of the region. But the other issue that we also need to be talking about, the rise of coalition politics and the stakes that are also at stake in terms of that. But the other thing that also makes disinformation campaigns become very fertile is that there are cracks and crevices in society. Race relations, ethnic relations, the migration issues, and also the weaponization of belonging and identity. It creates a space in which all these disinformation campaigns find a stake and find a space where it can actually thrive and become an elephant in the room. I think because I know that my time is also not up, I also want to create time where the other issue that I just wanted to flag was that also, despite all these factors, we do have a well-developed media system, and although it's very fragile in terms of the media sustainability and business model environment, but again, we still have got a very solid media system that can allow us to have quality information as we go towards elections. But again, one thing that I just want to flag as we get into this is that what we have tended to see is that there's been a rise of this podcasting, and podcasting has become a big elephant in the room again in South Africa. If you look at MacG, for example, the numbers compared to the mainstream, to the main broadcaster, SABC, you can actually tell that an individual has now become more important than actually an institution. And I think that also creates a situation where these people can easily be used as conduits through which disinformation campaigns can actually be pushed out if there's need to do that. Let me just talk about what I call red flags as we go towards the 29 May elections. Certainly, X remains one of the red flag platforms as we go towards elections. I think we've already seen what has been happening. It has become more prone to misinformation ever since it was taken over by Elon Musk in terms of how he has done a lot of tweaks to that platform. But also, what we have also seen is that Facebook remains very important. It's almost like our African village. Your uncle, your aunt is there, your brother is there, almost everybody is there. So already, because of the way in which it is constituted, it creates a space where people can easily be made vulnerable, susceptible to disinformation campaigns. But also WhatsApp also becomes a melting pot of conversations. If you look at WhatsApp groups, family WhatsApp groups, church WhatsApp groups, work WhatsApp groups, all these become melting pot of conversations where disinformation campaigns can actually be pushed out. Similarly, YouTube, Instagram, Google, because obviously as a search engine, again, pretty much our default search engine is Google. So almost every time when you want to say, I want to verify something, the first port of call oftentimes is Google. But to how many of us actually agree that some of the content there is also not fact-checked? But oftentimes we think that because I found it on Google, it must be true, right? So again, that also creates a situation where we find ourselves in a space. But also the other issue that I also want to emphasize that we must also not look at disinformation as an online phenomenon alone. it is an offline phenomenon equally, especially in our context here in Africa, where most of our conversations actually happen offline, in taverns, in bars, in street corners. That's where we meet and make conversations. And it is in those spaces where disinformation also travels and also moves. So we really need to be aware of those kinds of things in terms of, I think let me jump there. But I just want to say, this diagram that I've just constructed here, I think is very important for us to understand where we are right now. So with this particular diagram, I'm just trying to show that before the elections, there are certain kinds of targets that are often at the mercy of disinformation campaigns. During elections again, and after elections. So after elections, oftentimes, and you have seen this in other African countries. So in Zimbabwe, I did research. I also did research in Kenya. We have tended to see that, especially after elections, the targets tend to change. Oftentimes, it becomes the electoral management body. That is the target. So most of the disinformation campaigns is around its legitimacy, its credibility, the way in which it was able to conduct the elections. Sometimes it's the observer missions that are actually at the receiving end, because they're actually being said they've been bribed by the ruling party to endorse elections. So we have also seen that there are targets that shifts depending on the stage of the election. So right now, we are just before elections. We are seeing certain kinds of targets. During elections, the election day itself, we are going to see a certain kinds of targets. And after elections again, we are going to see a certain group of targets that are going to be targeted by this election. And then I just want to flag what I call the Ds of electoral disinformation. What does it do at the end of the day, electoral disinformation? It discredits the election, essentially. That's what it does. It sows distrust. That's the other D. It also delegitimizes the electoral process, again, when it is actually done in certain ways, as we have seen in the US, for example. Also, it destabilizes a country, because oftentimes it uses these cracks and crevices in society. So if there's fragile race relations, they are often used and abused. But also it can actually disrupt the electoral process itself. It also dissuades voters from actually going out and cast their votes. So these Ds are also equally important as we go towards elections. I'll jump this, but I think you have seen this. This is one of our classic examples as we move towards the elections, where we have seen the video of Trump endorsing Umkhonto weSizwe, for example, in South Africa. And I think this demonstrates what AI can actually do as we go towards the election. And I think we need to be very wary in terms of how we are going to navigate this kind of technology. Fear-mongering and other things, but let me jump and talk about, so what should we do as we go towards elections? I think already Nomshado has already flagged some of the key issues, but I think there are pillars of what we need to do in terms of building what I call a resilient and a healthier electoral information ecosystem as we move towards these elections. One, obviously, is to make sure that platform companies need to move beyond just the identification responses that they use. Oftentimes, we just do a lot of fact-checking, we do a lot of monitoring, which is pretty much debunking. But I think we need to move beyond that. And what I argue here is that we need to go towards what I call an ecosystem approach to responding to these things. So on the one hand, certainly legislation needs to be done, policy measures need to be put in place, but also we need to make sure that at the level of platform companies, they need to make sure that their algorithms are fine-tuned so that they don't fuel the circulation of this electoral information, misinformation and disinformation in our ecosystem. But also we need to make sure that we create what I call a responsible digital citizenship through aiming at users, because ultimately the users are the people that are going to interact with this information. So we need to make sure that there's a lot of digital literacy, but also there's a lot of competencies around how to deal with, at the level of platforms, certainly. I think some of the platform companies may be in this house right now, but I know that they often use what they call in-app interventions or out-of-app interventions. So in terms of in-app interventions, what you often see with a platform is that they do a lot of labeling of content, they do platforming of content that consider to be false and misleading. Some of them do a lot of content moderation. Nowadays, because of AI, we are seeing a new thing that is happening, which they call digital watermarking. So they can watermark a certain video and say this has actually been produced by AI. So these are some of the interventions, but I think we need to go beyond that. And my argument, I think, as I conclude, is to say we need to adopt what I call an ecosystem approach. So we need to make sure that everyone We need not to leave anyone behind, as the UN often says when they talk about SDGs. We need not to leave anyone behind. We need everyone to be to make sure that they also play their part in order for us to be able to push back against these disinformation campaigns. So I think because of my time, let me just say that we also need to domesticate the principles and guidelines on the use of social media and digital media in elections, and I think that is a very important thing that we need to domesticate as soon as possible so that we can be able to hold these platforms to account, but also to make sure that every other role player, be it political parties, be it the media, also are held to account in terms of what they produce in relation to elections. Let me stop there because of my time so that we can have a conversation. Thank you so much.
Lovely, thank you so much. Thank you. I think I'm certainly clearer, I hope I'm clearer in my own mind about the differences between these kinds of information. I think the idea that we can just tell the truth is maybe, now that I've heard the presentations, the difficulty is we all have our own truths. We all have the truths that we hold dear and that we want to see. And, I think that place where those truths smash into each other is really what we're talking about, and trying to figure out how to make that space interesting and one that supports democracy and good democratic choices, and ones that lead us down the rabbit holes that we really would rather avoid if we're looking for, in this particular context right now, free and fair elections. Let me come to the audience and ask if we have some questions for our panelists. Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. I don't know if I'm audible.
No, not.
No, not yet. Shall we try it again? Yeah, I think it's fine now. Thank you. Thank you, Nomshado and Prof. I have a question for both of you and one question for Professor Mari. So in your presentation, Nomshado, you proposed some solutions. You had a slide on the solutions. Where I think, and some of them are quite specific. For example, on your, you spoke about the local innovation piece. You spoke about working together, and you referenced the framework for cooperation. Where I didn't get some practical actions was in relation to campaigning. I think there was a reference to strategic digital campaign focusing on democracy awareness. I just want to know, is there something being done in that space, and what does that actually look like right now? And are there things that are not being done that you think should be done in addition to what we have right now in our arsenal of responses? And I think it's the same question for Professor Mari. From your perspective, are there gaps currently in terms of our responses or in terms of our interventions? And what do you think can be done? To Professor Mari, on the issue of the disinformation campaigns, I was quite interested to know about the foreign influence operations. You referenced that there are about 3 campaigns that seem to be driven out of Russia. I'd just like to know some specifics. What are these campaigns looking like? What is it that they actually do? I know that, for example, in the 2016 elections in the US, there were some quite specific things that are alleged to have been done by Russian actors. In our case, what does that look like? Thank you.
Namshari, would you like to go first?
So I'm not sure if I am. Okay, cool. So when I was referencing to campaigns or campaigning as a solution, I think the biggest thing I want to emphasize there is cross-campaigning. And this is being able to say, as 10 organizations who are obviously all having our own individual campaigns, how do you cross-campaign? Because in reality, that is us sharing our stakeholders, and that is us also amplifying reach from what we have. And the one practical example that I can give is our campaign called Critical, which is an offline and an online campaign. Offline meaning equipping, training, workshopping citizens and media when it comes to mis and disinformation, tools that can be used, how do you differentiate, what mechanisms are in place, and what can you do about that. And why Critical is different, in most cases when, this is me bringing my comms hat, we assume that if we post a graphic online, that people will be interested in it. Right? But what we want is people to have ownership over the content, that I'm able to go to the streets that Prof was mentioning about and being able to say, there was a deep fake, but do you know, you can actually differentiate it looking at the pixelated quality of it, or the lip syncing quality of it. So we need to build ownership over the content so that it's actually going to the places and spaces that we want it to. And the idea of us being able to say, there's a narrative going around, which is one of the functions that Real 411 has when it comes to disseminating any disinformation narratives that have been picked up and flagged, and the outcome is a takedown notice. If we were able to cross-campaign that there's this narrative going on across all the relative organizations and stakeholders, then that would have further, impact when it comes to being able to say to people, do not engage on this narrative because it was created to disrupt, to cause confusion, and to ensure that you don't make an informed decision and you end up not going to go cast your vote. So I think that's the key and biggest thing that I'd like to emphasize there.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the question. I think it's very important that we just look at some of the gaps that are there in the responses that we are seeing. Certainly, as Nomshad has already pointed out, is that one of the things that we have seen from our own research is that most of the debunking that's actually happening oftentimes does not cascade down to the same people that actually saw the initial misinformation and disinformation. So it means even if you fact check, very few people probably are going to see that this thing has been fact-checked. And I think what needs to happen is that we need to connect the dots so that the same way in which the initial message was received is the same way in which we also are going to see the fact message also cascading down to the very people. And I think the other issue that we're also seeing, which is not happening, is that oftentimes we are seeing what I call informal fact checkers. And I think these informal fact checkers are not being taken seriously. So in every WhatsApp group, there are informal fact checkers there. There are people that actually say, no, this is fake. What you are circulating here is fake. Those people, I think we need to work with them, or we need to find a way to work with them, because from where I sit, they are part of the fact-checking industry. They are part of the fact-checking. Yes, they may not have the titles, they may not have this, the salary that comes with that, but already they are playing a role in the ecosystem. And I think we need to begin to see, how do we work with this? I think it has to do with platforms themselves, also thinking through how do you work with these administrators of groups as informal fact-checkers, but also other people may not be the administrators of the group, but just knowledgeable people that are in there who knows how to fact-check information. They can actually play that informal fact-checking role in this WhatsApp group. And we need to begin to see how we collaborate and work with them so that we can be able to make a lot of headway. Otherwise, a lot of things are actually happening in WhatsApp groups. And I think the dark platforms are the most dangerous spaces that we have to deal with right now, because that's where a lot of misinformation actually spreads. Then on the issue of foreign influence operations, obviously I just gave you an example of what the Russian operations look like in South Africa. There were 3 that were, of course, most of these operations that were being flagged there had to do, obviously, with trying to influence around, economic policy. Mostly it was economic policy, so it was about how do you make sure that you open up the space for Russian companies to get into the mining sector. That's essentially where it is. But I think it's likely, because if you see what Russian operations have looked like, especially in the so-called coup belt, where a lot of coups have actually happened in Africa, most of the operations that are being done by Russians there is to discredit the whole democratic dispensation, to say democracy is bad. What you need is just a hardliner who comes in and take over and then be able to push your country to the next level. So essentially, that is the narrative that Russians are pushing, especially in the coup belt. Most of the campaigns are about trying to say, let's undo this democratic discipline. So there's a fight, I think, which we are seeing, especially at the geopolitical level, where Russia, China are trying to discredit this so-called democracy, to say democracy has not done anything. There are no democratic dividends to talk about. So why should you continue to say you go to elections? Rather, just have a hard man who takes over, run the country, make sure that everyone is rich. That's it.
Yeah. I think one of the questions that we have to ask is about money. And I mean, a great example is a whole country that is trying to influence the narrative in a region and is putting a lot of state resources behind that. I think if you look at political parties, also, some of them have a lot more money than others, and they're running campaigns which reach you depending on how much money they put behind them. I think that the idea of trying to manage this process by at least telling the public how much money political parties have has become a difficult area with the latest legislation coming through. It seems like we don't really want to tell people that much information about political parties and how much money they have. To what extent can we, I don't know what our collective worth is, but I assure you it's probably a lot less than the donors out there who are supporting all of this. How do we deal with that in an environment where there are big bad actors with lots of dollars and other currencies?
You want me to go? Okay. I think as you are asking that question, you brought about money. Thank you. Because it's critical that we actually do know. And I think one of the examples that I can actually use is the study that was done by ISIS in Kenya. And one of their key findings there was the usage of influencers as part of disinformation tactics. So these are influencers that are paid to push certain narratives, and they obviously have a following. So clearly influencer marketing is also coming about into play. And in most terms, when you even think and trying to paint an influencer, we go by how many users do they have. And then we end up disregarding the nano influencers, which are those that have about 5 to 10K, who do have an echo chamber that they're also operating in. So one of the enablers that having that backing of money has as well, it means that I can spread reach even further than what the other maybe political party can. And the transparency on that information, I mean, some would deflect and say, but why do citizens need to know this? I mean, how would it influence them in any regard, because of the whole political monopoly that happens behind the scenes that in most cases we don't see, but we just end up seeing in terms of their key messages and what they campaign for. But it's critical because it also goes back to political ad spend on social media campaigns. And we've seen that globally, the influence that it has, even continentally, that what that can do. If I had one post on Facebook and I boosted it for 15K, and what reach that would have. So looking at it from a perspective of what those influences of that money can do in a digital era is key, because it means that reach has now expanded. It also means that the idea of influence has also changed.
Yeah, thanks for that. I also want to just echo what Namshad has just said, that when you have money into the equation, then we start talking about the political economy of disinformation, to say who gets what and when and how and what are the implications of that. And certainly, I think one thing that we have seen is the commodification of these influencers throughout the continent, but also even beyond, but also even the use of boosting. So social media companies are in it for money. They are not there for the public good that they talk about. They are in it for money. So as long as there is money to be made, they would be glad to push it. It doesn't matter whether it's faked or it's not, it's been fact-checked or it's not. It's just about what are we going to get our bread buttered at the end of the day? So I think that is one thing that we really need to know, that as long as these companies are in it for money, the quest to say, let's go back to the ideal of public good or public interest, I think it's a big ask, and I think we really need to push back. And I think that's where it becomes very important for us as Africa to speak as a continent rather than as individual countries, because as individual countries, we are not going to be able to push back against these companies. Because if you look at the amount of money that they have, compared to our own budgets, national budgets, it's just a tiny bit. We don't matter in the scheme of things. We only matter in terms of the numbers that they want, but when it comes to the markets that they want, probably we don't matter. And I think that is the challenge that we really need to confront.
I think that's one of the issues that the Information Regulator is really interested in, because the use of personal information is obviously the bread and butter of these big companies. And you're right, we're such small countries in comparison with these huge, behemoths that the only way we're going to do it is collectively. I think one at a time is not going to work. I see a hand. Yep.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tilly, and thanks to the presenters. My question might be a little bit controversial, but it's with regard to the nature of disinformation and misinformation. Does it matter who is spreading the misinformation and disinformation? And I'm saying this because if you look, for example, I was looking at the Sunday Times. On Sunday, I was reading Sunday Times. One of the popular, I'm not sure that's a journalist or columnist, columnist, yes.
Well, there might be a communist. That would be fine. We don't mind.
He's probably a communist. He's probably a communist. And he said in that article, and those who've got it, they can go and read it. He said Russia is influencing the outcome of election in South Africa. He didn't say it's intending to influence. And as I was reading that article, I was looking at the IEC. What will IEC be saying in terms of that kind of, because there's conclusion already in that article. It's not saying you're attempting, and it then casts a shadow on to say, we as voters, based on that article and the influence of that particular person on the voters, what does it say to those people? Do we accept the outcome of the election when somebody has said they are influencing? And what does it say to the IEC, the credibility of the IEC? The other aspect that I want to maybe comment from our panelists, the other comment that I want to raise with regard to the polls. The disinformation, remember till you asked a question about how the finance influence. We have seen recently, and I think I listened to a lot of SAFM, and there's been a lot of people who do the polling nowadays, and some of them are being challenged based on the financial influence that they get from these political influencers who have got money. And how do we deal with it? And that's why my question was, does it matter who says it, or do we look at who says it for you to say these fall under the definition of misinformation and disinformation? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, because it actually emphasizes the responsibility that we all have. It does matter, because at the end of the day, we've seen how a political leader can spread something and how their followers easily jump onto it, because that's who they're informed by and that's who they engage and have beliefs in. And that brings about a certain power to it, because it means that I hold space in this regard. So it does matter. And I think it echoes, never mind the accountability, but the responsibility that they have when it comes to informing, their followers, and rightfully doing that with credible information. And when it comes to media, we're not saying that media is perfect, but they play a very crucial and critical role when it comes to debunking. They do obviously bring about, when we're talking about dialogue and influence as to what should we zone in, what should the agenda be. And I think polling has been one of those introductions since social media came about, because some people do take it as it's a true reflection, without regarding that on X there's only probably let's say 300,000 users. That doesn't even come to the number of who we are overall as citizens statistically. So it's important and second to that, it's important to state fact versus opinion, because in most cases that's where we lose context, and that's where context is not built. Hence, we don't believe in one piece of the puzzle, but rather a fuller picture of the puzzle to give somebody a perspective to look from. And during elections, it's very difficult because most of the time, especially when it comes to videos, I mean, we've seen a number of videos instigating that the elections are already done. It's going to have this political party as a winner, and it's already set in stone. And they don't state how. They don't state whether this is just my perspective. And I think that's where we start ensuring that we're holding power to account in terms of responsibility. But yet again, it's their own profile space, and we've seen how they deflect that kind of responsibility to them.
Yeah, thanks. I also want to agree that certainly I think who speaks or who says this particular disinformation does matter. And I think that's why you see with the example of Donald Trump that I gave, that already they're attributing, you're saying Donald Trump all of the way from the US is already endorsing a certain political party. I think already, you are using that particular person's political capital and, influence at the global stage pretty much to push a certain kind of agenda. So it does have a role that it plays, but also even when it is said, obviously, from a leader of a political party or a celebrity, people like that, oftentimes they carry a lot of weight in terms of whether to sway people's public opinion or not, and I think we should be worried about that. Then the issue of columnists claiming that Russia is already meddling in this forthcoming. I think if it's a column, I think the newspaper can say they don't have any control over that because it's not them that is writing, it's a columnist who is saying whatever they believe. And I think if that is the case, maybe it's up to the readers to decide whether they take it or not take it. It's up to them. Then in terms of the polls, I think one thing that I've seen with the reporting of the polls that often has a challenge, especially as we go towards the elections, is that people don't talk about the margin of error. Because all these polls must have a margin of error, but we don't talk about it. It's like already it's cast in stone, 44% to EFF, if whatever percentage to this particular party. But there is a margin of error when you do these kinds of surveys. So we need to make sure that we allay or make sure that our readers know that there is a margin of error. If it's 1%, if it's 2%, which means that even if you get it all wrong or you get it correct, at least there is a margin where you can say, I think I didn't get it right because the sample size was limited, or the people that I talked to were limited, or they don't represent the whole of South Africa, and therefore what I'm making here does not conclude that this is what is going to happen. So I think that is the problem that we are seeing as we go towards the election. And there are lots of polls that are actually happening. Some of them are very questionable, of course.
Thank you. If I can take one more question at the back.
Thank you very much. I do have a question from our online participants. They would like to know who and how are misinformation and disinformation determined, and does South Africa require a robust, comprehensive legislation to inform the protocols or measures for mis and disinformation?
Thank you. I'm not sure which of you would like to take that.
All right, I can start. So the first question is who and why determines what is disinformation?
Yeah, how do we know?
Okay, so I think that one is also it depends, but of course we do have institutions that are responsible for that. Journalism is a fact-checking institution anyway in society, and that's why they give us verified and reliable information. Similarly, nowadays we've also got parallel institutions called fact-checkers or fact-checking organizations that are responsible for making sure that they curate our information ecosystem so that we get the correct kind of information that we need. So those are already institutions that are responsible. But also even we as ordinary people, we can also curate our own information to make sure that what we get and what we then send to the next person is also been fact-checked. So we do play a role in terms of determining what is truthful and what is not truthful. In terms of whether South Africa, I can't, what was the last?
Needs more legislation or legislative framework to help deal with this issue.
That's a very interesting issue to say because we remember during the COVID-19 with some regulations around the circulation of false and misleading information related to COVID-19. So already, if we have been there, I think we do need that. But again, there's always a caveat to say that particular law should not then be weaponized to make sure that we clamp down on press freedom, for example, media freedom. And I think that is where the caveat is, to say, yes, we do, but it must be necessary and proportionate. That's what I would say.
Namshado, another law?
I think just to add on that, we need to highlight the complexity when it comes to content regulation and the fine line when we're now even talking about freedom of expression, which I think once you try to hit the door too hard, people tend to then say, but you're infringing my right to express myself. And that's why I think there's no one way to solve this with just one law or one legislation piece to say, this is what we'll do. We need to start looking at a multilateral way of actually dealing with it. And I think we've seen with some of the cases, you know, around hate speech online, and we've seen in terms of even definitions, how that varies, particularly when you go from different courts. And I think it really emphasizes, as Prof said, when we're talking about regulation, we need to really look at it from the complexity that it actually unfolds, but also looking at that we're not infringing other rights that are already stated in our Constitution.
I think what certainly strikes me is how many different role players we rely on to get this right. And some of us are not very big. and we're all not very big in comparison to some of the behemoths in the room. That is going to be the subject of the next panel, and looking at a multi-sectoral approach for curbing misinformation and disinformation. As always, the media, civil society play a huge role, I think, in all of these issues. So it'll be interesting to look at that, and then of course our Chapter 9s as well. Thank you very much, everybody, for attending this session. There's now going to be a tea break, so if I may release you now, and then I think you will be coming back at 11:15. And if my panelists would like to just stay for 1 minute, a round of applause for them. And of course, the goodie bag.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning again, I'm back. I'm sure by now my face, you're tired of seeing my face, but the discussion that we're about to have is an important one. And I think the panel that is going to sit before you is quite diverse when we're talking about the influence and role of media and social media when it comes to disseminating information during elections. And the core foundation of our discussion is really looking at what are the mechanisms in place, what are the solutions in place, but most importantly, what are the challenges when it comes to mitigating and combating mis and disinformation. I'd like to call upon my panel to please take the stage. We've got Mr. Reggie Mwalusi from CENIF. He's the executive director. I think he did step out a bit. Oh, there you go. Can you please give him a round of applause? Then we have Ms. Tulwana Ncheke, who is the Chief Legal Counsel from Prime Media. Please give a wonderful round of applause. Then we have Mr. Sipho Mtombeni from Google, who's the Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager. Please also give him a round of applause. Then I think our last panelist is joining us online, who is Ms. Duduetsang Makuse, and she's from Meta. She's the Public Policy Manager. Duduetsang, I'm hoping we'll get to see you on screen. But as we wait, oh, there you go, sorry. So in the room, we currently don't see you, but I'm glad that we can hear you. And it's unfortunate that you couldn't join us live, but we're definitely looking forward to engaging with you. There you are. Thank you for joining us, Duduetsang. So I'm going to try to move closer to my panel. And I'd like to give a minute or two for my panelists to please introduce themselves. Give us kind of like a brief outline of your organization, what do you do, to kind of give context to what your role is, particularly when we're talking about disseminating information. And I think I'll start with you, Sipho.
Sure, thanks. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sipho Mtombeni. As they've said, I'm the Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager at Google here in South Africa. So Google, as you know, has quite a number of products and platforms, right? But in the context of elections, I think what is most important is our social media, our search engine, which is Google Search, and also YouTube. So this is where a lot of information is kind of disseminated and consumed by users, right? So in terms of how we are handling what happens on our platforms, and making sure that we are kind of keeping things responsible on our platforms, is that we're trying to make sure that users of our platform have got the most relevant information when they come, right? So you do know, for instance, that if you start looking for information about elections, where do I vote, where's my polling station, et cetera, people are likely to use search and go to Google Search. We need to be able to make sure that whatever information surfaces from that is the most relevant and most authoritative information. And that is kind of the best way that we would do so. We've been working with the IEC, for instance, for the past year or so, to make sure that whatever information that does surface on our platform is the most authoritative and coming from the authority itself. The best other thing that we need to do is to make sure that we are able to equip and help high-risk users. So by high-risk users here, I'm talking about people who are in the political parties themselves, who are working for the administrations, et cetera. And the biggest thing is because we do know that they are they are able to get attacked quite quickly. So we do have programs in place like our advanced protection program to make sure that these high-risk users are able to kind of protect their information and protect whatever resources that they have online. And the last part, which I'll talk about, and we'll go into details, obviously, about everything else, but to make sure that we protect our platforms from abuse. So again, here, this is when I'm talking about YouTube, for instance. We need to be able to moderate content that is based on our platform to make sure that no harmful, no misinformation or disinformation takes place there. And this is why we have policies where we have content removals, et cetera, that we'll work through. But I'll go through a lot more detail as we get into the conversation. But this is kind of wanted to give you an overview of our approach in terms of making sure that information around the election period is authoritative on our platforms.
Definitely, I think that will help us even when it comes to the questions we ask, because in most cases, when we say Google, we almost shove it in the box of other social media platforms.
Yeah.
And it's actually quite different as a search engine, right?
Correct.
Reggie, tell us about SENIF.
Look, thanks for the introduction. My name is Reggie, work for SANEF. We are an organization of what now? Almost 30 years, 28 years this year. Look, when it comes to elections, it's something that obviously worries us. And it's something that keeps us awake at night as media, as journalists, as editors. And it does so because there's a number of issues. And those number of issues is because whenever you go to social media, the first target is normally journalists, it's normally editors, it's normally, we get called all kinds of names and all of that. And that's why, throughout last year, with a partnership with the IEC and MMA, we went around the country to really target community media journalists and mid-career journalists to train them about elections, everything about misinformation, disinformation about this election. We are doing that yet again this year, and we have really identified 4 provinces that we feel this will be where journalists mostly can get, attacked, and all of that. Will be in Durban tomorrow, will be in Mangaung, will be in Polokwane, will be here in Joburg. So that's what we're doing with the little resources that we have. But it's an election that we, as the Fourth Estate, we are quite interested in. Quite interested because it brings in a whole lot of work for us in terms of reportage, in terms of what's expected of us. But it also says to us as SANEF, we have a responsibility in terms of our stakeholder management. Hence, we continue to engage with the likes of Google. We've got our disinformation guidelines. We've got, all the guardrails that we need for the media and our asks of big tech companies, as we may have seen the statement we released in January, particularly after our February council meeting. So those are the things that we've been doing, particularly when it comes to elections. We've been doing that because, as I say yet again, someone was mentioning the Sunday Times yesterday, but the person is mentioning a columnist, but the Sunday Times, they are respected editors who work there, who are members of SANEF. And whenever there's something in the Sunday Times, in the city press, that you feel that, I'm disagreeing with this opinion or whatever is published here, all you have to do is drop an email to the editor and say to Stembi, so I disagree here and I request the right of reply. Because that's exactly what the press council, says to the Sunday Times. So as the media, we are not sitting there and unapproachable and people always saying, we can't touch them. If ever it's 702, there's BCCSA. If it's the SABC, there's even worse with the SABC because they respond to the press council. They also respond to the BCSA. So it's a lot of work for us. It's a tight timelines. It's a constrained newsroom with fewer journalists. And 15 years back, South Africa had 10,000 journalists. We are here now. We are at less than 4,000 journalists. So ask yourself what happened to the rest. But looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to humbly ask my panelists to exercise just a bit, because our camera crew is requesting that we move towards the left or right-hand side of the stage for better viewing for the screens. Thank you so much. I think now we got to re-energize ourselves on behalf of the audience. Ms. Tulwana, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate on the panel. So my name is Tulwana. I'm from Prime Media, and I also participate on the National Association of Broadcasters as the chairperson of the Commercial Radio Committee. Prime Media is really predominantly a content company, and we've got a variety of different platforms. We've got broadcasting service licenses, some of which I'm sure a lot of the people sitting in the room might recognize. We've got 702 and 947 that operate predominantly in Gauteng, and then we've got 2 in the Western Cape, KFM as well as Cape Talk. In addition to that, we've got a news content hub, which is Eyewitness News, which operates somewhat independently in the sense that it develops a lot of the news content that is disseminated through both the radio platforms as well as on the digital platform itself. And we are proud to be also launching audiovisual news for Eyewitness News specifically. We've also got our outdoor business that really then distributes our advertising content through our digital billboards and some of the static billboards that we also see, and we do a lot of in-store advertising. And that's why I'm saying generally we are predominantly really a content company. Within the context, of course, of today's discussion, it's important to note that being a licensed entity, ultimately, we do have to accord with the principles that are outlined in the Constitution, where the code of conduct that's administered by the BCCSA then stems from really. In terms of advertising content as well, we do subscribe to the code of advertising practice. And because we've got a digital platform, we also subscribe to the press code. So we hold ourselves to account to all of those different codes, but understanding the responsibility that we have as a media entity to ensure that the right to freedom of expression, which is articulated in the Constitution, can actually be realized with the due intention, because information becomes quite critical, especially during such a time, much more to ensure that that information is credible, it's trustworthy, it's reliable. Especially if we consider just the accessibility of content through traditional platforms. I think it's very easy for us to talk about the dissemination of content through digital platforms, but we also have to contextualize that within South Africa's own statistics insofar as internet penetration is concerned. The previous speaker spoke about digital literacy. So traditional media still plays a critical role in respect of the dissemination of information, in respect of ensuring that the population at large is able to engage and be part of critical processes such as an elections process as we've currently got. And so that's really the framework within which Prime Media operates across its different platforms.
Thank you so much for that. And I think, Duduetsa, I'm going to come to you to just give us that brief introduction. There you go.
Sure thing. Thank you and good morning, I think, still to everybody in the room. Apologies, I couldn't be there in person. I was looking forward to it. So yeah, I am Public Policy Manager for Meta. Meta is basically formerly known as Facebook, and we are home to several platforms. So the most known is Facebook. Next, we have Instagram, WhatsApp, and thereafter we have Threads, which is our latest social media platform. And then we also have a range of other technologies such as Horizon Worlds and Oculus and other immersive technology hardware, basically. So our Oculus headsets and our glasses. I think for the relevance of today's conversation, we'll probably be looking at Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. So our approach to elections quickly is really I think we've been refining it for a couple of years now, particularly because we're a company that has had to learn from previous mistakes. So our approach is focused on a 12-month before the election kind of preparation. As in 12 months before we know there's potentially going to be an election, we immediately internally start pulling together different teams that will be focused on mitigating particular risks during that election. A lot of those teams members will be folks that are either from that country or have worked and lived extensively in that country. And then these teams will then work with a range of external stakeholders. So these will be stakeholders starting from the Electoral Commission of a particular country. Usually, if that country ranks really high on the Freedom House rankings, we'll be most likely to be proactive with our work with them. In the instance where they don't rank very highly and there are questions around the commission's independence, we continue to do the work, but in the background without proactive outreach in the traditional sense. We then also host a range of trainings that range from security training on how to use our platforms, particularly for what we call at-risk users. And these would be basically youth, activists, human rights defenders, citizen journalists, women political figures, and people who live with disabilities. On top of that, we then also would do a lot of product preparation. By product preparation, I'm literally talking about the ways in which Facebook or Instagram will show particular types of information that are related to the election. And this is really where we rely on our partnerships, for example, with the IEC, where we'll redirect users to the IEC's pages so that they can get the most up-to-date and authoritative pieces of information as it relates to the election, particularly the election process as well. And then I think you all know that we work very closely with trusted partners, third-party fact checkers, and a range of other partners that might flag to us particular risks that might come out of a country that we might not have been thinking about. So in a nutshell, that's sort of the two-way track of internal and external processes that would be underway from our side. So I'll pause there because I think we still want to get into some other issues.
Thank you so much, Duduetsang, and definitely I think I'll definitely probe additional questions to your introduction there. But I just want to go back. I think we can all agree that it's evident when we're looking at media and social media and the evolving nature of it over the past few years and the crucial role that they play in disseminating information but also influencing public opinion is quite key. And in most cases, and I think you touched on it, Tulwana, around the role of the media and sometimes the lack of understanding in terms of what is the mandate of media, what is the role of media during elections, what role do they play when it comes to disseminating information, but most importantly, who holds them to account. And I think I want to pose this question to Reggie and Tulwana, but Reggie also touching on the challenges of media sustainability, because everyone expects media, to be everywhere during elections. However, there are constraints, there are issues of sustainability that are not really highlighted.
No, absolutely. No, Mshado, that's why as an organization, we are having a conversation around what we call the Journalism Sustainability Fund, where we say there's a fund that should really cater, from community media across, where media can really sustain itself and we can cover our most expensive overhead, in this case being journalists, being salaries. But that's the one part. But I mean, if you look at media, say 2 decades back, we had all the resources. We can go to the nook and crook of South Africa and cover untold stories and bring in the success stories, the positive stories. That's no longer the case. It's no longer the case because those resources are not here. If you say to someone who's an editor at Newsroom Africa and you say to them, but you are not covering the Eastern Cape as much as you should, the first question that news editor will tell you is that I need a 4x4 to reach those parts of the Eastern Cape that you are talking about. So that's the one part. But we also say, with the little resources that we have, when we look at the kind of work we do as the media, we say we still put Kokomokwena in Botshabelo first to say we want to tell these stories. We want to reach these people and then tell the stories that have not been told. So that's our responsibility. And while we're telling those stories, Nomshado and the audience, is that we will get it wrong. But when we get it wrong as a media, we always say we are not beyond reproach. We are not beyond saying, look, we got it wrong. We know we were wrong here and you pointed it out. And we will correct it. We will correct it. That's why we work within the remits of the Press Council of South Africa. We work with the BCCSA. For elections like this, there's the ICASA Act that compels all broadcasters to follow that act during the elections. So yes, sustainability is there. Journalists are still there. If you look at the newsroom now, the newsroom is so juniorized. It's juniorized because there's young people who are expected to know everything. We are expected to compete with a very tech-driven newsroom and in the age of AI. But we are saying we'll continue empowering and training the young journalists so that when they go out there, at least they can say, they can ask the right questions, they can understand the issues, but most importantly, they can tell those stories and tell them accurately.
And then just to add to that before I go to Ms. Tulwana, and I think I'll also pose the same question to you. When you're looking at the challenges and risks that disinformation poses, how does that look like in a media setting, in a media room? Because, I mean, fact-checking obviously is one of those key elements that have been posed to say that it's crucial that each newsroom has one. But what is that threat and how does it look like for media?
It's a big threat. It's a big threat. That's why we will continue working with the likes of MMA, the likes of the IEC, and have the conversations with government, have the conversations with companies like Meta and Google and X, and to say, look, it's a big threat because the very job that we aim to do, that we put in resources to tell on a daily basis, there are people out there who are working against that and tell a different story. And what's even more worrying of late is that when they are doing that, they want to use the credibility of existing news entities out there to say this is what 702 reported, and that's not the case. So also when we speak to journalists in newsrooms, we always say, here's this threat of disinformation, and here's your name as a journalist that can be used, like we saw with the SABC journalists with deepfakes and all of that. So it's an existing threat, and it's a growing threat, and it's a threat that's even more worrying in a constitutional democracy such as ours, where we have young people mostly using all these platforms, but we still have the electorate that's really much uneducated, and that really much relies on who? On the very same young people to give them information. The Kukumukwena that I'm speaking about, Kukumukwena is not, is not familiar with what FRES is and how to use that, but she wants information and she can be misled. So our job is to really say, like we did with COVID, we started and we were criticized as the media to say, no, they're not credible. And then the trust started coming back when people realized how serious the situation is. And we will always do that, to say, here's this information, let's fight it, let's work with partners, but particularly as newsrooms, it starts here with us being aware.
I mean, credibility is the new currency, right? Particularly when you're talking about journalism, media. Mr. Lwane, your input?
Thank you. So just going back to the question about who holds the media to account, I always like to contextualize all of these discussions within the context of the Constitution, really as the founding legislation. And so first and foremost, the Constitution makes provision for the establishment of an independent regulator to regulate broadcasting in the public interest. And the issue around whether we should still be focusing on regulating broadcasting or should we expand the concept more to audio and audiovisual content platforms has become central, because we have realized that there is that distortion insofar as regulating and in therefore holding various content platforms to account. And so first and foremost, it's ICASA, which is the independent regulator, which has to regulate in the public interest. And I'd like to underscore that aspect of public interest, because regulation of media content and media content platforms is really with the considerations of the public as well as the welfare of the consumer being the critical cornerstone insofar as regulating and therefore holding media to account. And so through ICASA, all of the licensees have to adhere to a code of conduct. And fortunately, in South Africa, we've got various and quite dynamic legal systems insofar as content regulation is concerned. And I say so because ICASA, whilst it plays a critical role, there is also provision for co-regulation, where there's an industry body that's able to administer its own code of conduct, provided, of course, that ICASA, as the ultimate authority, is satisfied that the code of conduct upholds our constitutional principles insofar as fairness and accuracy and credibility of content is concerned. And so we've got then an institution called the BCCSA, the Broadcast Complaints Commission of South Africa, which celebrated 30 years last year, which I think is quite an incredible milestone. So all of our platforms and all of the licensed platforms, both radio and TV, have to adhere to that code of conduct. And so we ensure that when we disseminate our content, it has actually been checked against the code of conduct of the BCCSA. And what it also allows is, in the event that we need to update the code, there is that flexibility of updating it to ensure that it is aligned with some of the developments and challenges within the environment that we operate in. And then allied to that, you've also got your advertising regulatory board. That also plays a very critical role in the regulation of advertising content. And again, that stems as a license condition. So with co-regulation, you've also got self-regulation, and you've got the press code, the press ombuds, which administers the press code, that really focuses on your traditional newspapers, but also digital content as well. And it is all of these collective institutions which hold us as media content providers to account. But quite importantly, we've then got our listeners, or our overall consumers, because through all of these mechanisms, they are able to complain to us, first of all, and challenge some of the content that we have disseminated on our platforms. They are able to then also report us to the BCCSA, or in the case of broadcasters, to ICASA. And right now, during the election period, ICASA plays a critical role because all of our content relating to election broadcast content is wholly subject to ICASA, and they then engage with us through their CCC, which is the Complaints and Compliance Committee, given the regulations that they have recently published and that we all have to adhere to during this period. So you can appreciate that there is a plethora of institutions, including the electorate themselves, that hold us accountable insofar as the content that we disseminate, and we also hold ourselves to account. So in the instance that we realize that despite the efforts that we may have put in place to try and fact check, there has been some erroneous information that has been published, we would retract and immediately inform our listeners and consumers that this piece was unfortunately misrepresented, but we do then correct. So we also hold ourselves to account when we realize that there has been an error, because of course, despite the fact that we do invest quite extensively in ensuring that we are able to fact check as much as possible the content that we have, unfortunately there's always human error, but we don't shy away from saying we apologize, this was a mistake. And on those very platforms where we disseminated information, it's on those very platforms that we actually indicate the error and rectify. And I think if a news content provider is able to do so, it actually increases the credibility of that institution, because not only does it purport to provide credible information, but where it has erred, it also says to the population, this was an error, however, it has since been rectified.
Thank you so much for that, especially for emphasizing on the responsibility to take accountability for what we are sharing. It's quite crucial, particularly looking at the role that you play. Duduetang, I want to come to you next. As one of the big platforms, I mean, Instagram, WhatsApp also being one of the most difficult platforms when it comes to combating mis and disinformation, and also looking at how you're at the end of the brunt, when it comes to transparency, when it comes to accountability, when it comes to mitigating mis and disinformation. So I'd like for you to just please highlight what measures and mechanisms are there in place, particularly during an election period. I know you did mention that it's a 12-month prior preparation, and you ensure that obviously within the local context that you're engaging with key stakeholders. I think because one of the biggest things as a global company, localization, I think is one of the big questions around your solutions. Can you please touch on that?
Absolutely. So the misinformation risk mitigation plans really for us are part of what we would normally do when we are dealing with regular content moderation, right? And the only distinction here is that we recognize misinformation and disinformation as being different to other types of speech that would otherwise be addressed in our community standards. So from that perspective, we then have a distinct and separate misinformation and disinformation policy. And this is in relation to the types of content that would be flagged for misinformation and disinformation review, the ways in which those pieces of content would be reviewed. There'd be an internal process, there'd be an external process that includes fact checkers. Then there would also be the response to said user who maybe posted that piece of content. This is now in the case of misinformation. And in that instance, obviously, we follow a three-step approach. So one is we'll notify the individual who posted it, but it will also put a label to notify the other users. I think this is now, most people have seen this on our platform. Secondly is then we will also reduce the distribution of that piece of content. If this individual is somebody that keeps posting particularly questionable types of content, they are most likely to start collecting strikes against their account, and eventually it might even get disabled altogether, right? Because our idea is that since we don't hold the entire, source of like, this is now the truth and this isn't the truth. Misinformation is distinct in that way, because there are things that are factually correct and things that are factually incorrect. And then misinformation, someone could argue, is just a different opinion, right? And yet we can go and debunk it and say, hold up, your different opinion is in fact a misinformed opinion. So instead of getting into a situation where we have to arbitrate that this is now a problem, our research has shown us that every time we just remove misinformation wholesale, we actually exacerbate the problem. So the users that are most likely to believe that, most likely to generate that kind of content, actually feel as though our censorship of them, our perceived censorship of them, is justification and validation that what they posted was okay. So what we've done now is we've taken an approach that allows us to take the user along and explain why something is misinformation. So hopefully there's some kind of awareness building and a bit of education happening as we hold them accountable for that piece of information. In the instances of disinformation, it's very different. Disinformation, we look for networks of bad actors that are posting types of content that have a deliberate, harmful purpose behind them. And this is when we'll start talking about coordinated inauthentic behavior, right? This is when you hear, researchers come out that that country or that country is trying to interfere in the process of another country. That is like extensively back-end work that is as much supported by human beings and tech, but is very different in the sense that we look for particular signals. We look for particular behaviors. We look for particular data points around those profiles, like the types of profiles that they are, when they were set up, how they operate, how they behave online, to figure out whether or not they are in fact involved in a network of posting types of disinformation, or if it's just the Lone Ranger, we don't know. In those instances, it really is just a wholesale takedown. For the most part, we just take them down and that's that. And we sometimes even block them from setting up new accounts. Bad actors, unfortunately, are getting very clever. So even though we manage to do that, they sometimes go and find a whole new email account, set up a whole new page or a whole new profile, and they begin their operations again. So it's an ongoing, I think it's an ongoing plan that we're in. It's an ongoing process, right, that we are in constantly. But outside of this, I think the other thing that we've noticed is, as a company looking at billions of pieces of content every day, we are not at a place where our technology alone can detect and take down misinformation. Our generative AI tools right now are being taught to do that, but we're not there yet. There's a lot of other gaps. And so we still need, and I think we recognize that we'll always need human intervention in the process. Now, as a company alone, that still is just 40,000 people. So that's 40,000 people that are working on trust and safety issues, which, although sounds like a big number, is not when you look at the scale of the number and the pieces of content that we're looking at. So the most egregious types of violations are most likely going to be taken down by our technology before they're even published. Then you still have to deal with the other wave that got through and requires human review. Then you have to deal with the other wave that got past the technology, our human reviewers, and now has to be reported by users. So all of these steps are basically speaking to what was mentioned earlier by the other panelists, which is it's an ecosystem problem that requires an ecosystem solution. So when our third-party fact checkers get involved, it can be one organization, but they too require the help of other small organizations, right? And so we also have to invest in training up other smaller organizations to help with this work, and making sure that people are linked up to authoritative sources of information. So it's really a wide range of processes, of tools, of technology, but also of human intervention that we have in place and that we have to keep refining all the time, because the ways in which online harms are showing up is not static. Unfortunately, it's changing all the time. So every time you think you have a solution for something, the bad actors have found a way to circumvent it, and you have to go back to the drawing board and revisit that process. So I'll pause there for that question.
Thank you so much, Duduetsang. And I think highlighting the issues or challenges around capacity and also looking at the current processes that you have, which I will probe a bit further on, because reality is the longer these narratives are thriving on the platforms, the longer the harm and the damage is caused. So speedily intervention is also one of the cries that I think, particularly from South Africa, that we've been looking for. And it's something that we can definitely deep dive in later on. So, Sipho, looking at Google, as I mentioned, it's usually boxed with the rest of the other social media platforms, and you are quite diverse, right? I mean, you're a huge information hub platform, but at the same time, I mean, there is YouTube, which is quite visual, and with the, you know, dangers around deep fakes, you know, now individuals being able to take audio and visuals and turn that into harmful narratives is quite easily done. I mean, technology has become so sophisticated that historically it was very easy to identify these things, but now it's become so sophisticated that even fact checkers themselves have difficulties. So looking at those challenges and looking at, you know, as I mentioned with Dudisang as well, the issues around capacity, what mechanisms and solutions has Google put in place for these elections?
Sure. I mean, I think one thing that we are aware of in 2024, I think more than half the world's population is in elections, some way or another. And as a global company, obviously, we've had to have kind of global approaches to some of these things, but obviously also have local context. With the issues around AI, I think one of the biggest things that we've done, which again, just kind of jumping from what Dudezang said last, is that we needed to do this as an ecosystem, right? So the first thing that we've done is to partner with other tech companies, so your Microsoft, OpenAI, etc., where earlier this year at the Munich Security Council, we shared our tech accord, where we shared kind of the principles on which we're going to partner on, in which we're all going to work on fighting AI and fighting mis and disinformation that is coming through AI and how we're going to do so. And some of the things that we're doing in terms of that kind of approach is firstly to make sure that we ensure that there is more transparency around kind of AI and deepfakes. So things like labeling of images and such, making sure that the metadata of such content that is created is something that you're able to do and be able to find easily, right? So there's a thing that we call SynthID in Google, that technology that we have that is able to kind of mark, and you are able to see where the origin of this image is coming from, right? Even as simple as an interface where on search, you are able to go on, and there's a functionality now that says about this image, where you're able to kind of then ask Google, tell me about this image, and it will be able to tell you, actually, this is something that was created. This is a deep fake, or this is an original image that was created, and it will give you the metadata. So it's introducing those kinds of technologies. So as Dudezang also said, so we've had to train our AI, and we keep on training our AI every time to be able to fight AI, which is now being used by bad actors. But obviously, it is a thing that is ongoing. It constantly has to learn. And the biggest thing and the biggest challenge, especially for elections in South Africa, now you need to start thinking about, okay, what if content is being put in a native language, right? It's not in English. It's now in Sesotho, it's in Zulu. Is the AI going to be able to pick that up? And these are some of the things that within the company we've had to start to get more investment to that kind of local content type of understanding and monitoring, right? So that the systems that would not, and obviously 10 years ago, I'm sure the last thing that Google thought about was, what if content comes in Zulu and it's going to do something? But you know, today I think we're at a better place, and we're seeing more investment in that regard. And the last thing I wanted to kind of just talk about is like things like where we've introduced a policy in terms of the normal policies that we have on content moderation, but specifically around elections, we've introduced, for instance, our political ads policy. So if content is put on our platforms, which is some form of political ad, firstly, we need to make sure we make sure in terms of our mechanisms, anybody who's going to put up a political ad needs to kind of apply and inform us who they are, what they're going to be doing, with what's kind of the context we want to understand. And we also want to be able to report and disclose, because again, I think the other part in terms of being able to kind of partner and work with the ecosystem is the ability to kind of report back and share transparencies. So transparency reporting is being one of those. So the disclosures are quite important. So we do make sure if for instance, content does have political ads or is of a political ad in nature, if it is not from a person who's registered, it's likely to be taken down, or we would contact that person who's put that ad up. try to get their details, get them to go through the verification process, and then their content would stay up. If not, it would be taken down, because we do want that level of transparency, especially around kind of political content. We do need that level of transparency so that we are also able to report back to users or anybody else who needs to be able to access that kind of information. Yeah, so those are kind of just some of the initiatives that we have currently, especially around the age of AI now, and some of the things that we've had to be ready for this year's elections.
Thank you for that, Sipa. And I think touching on the age of AI, media has to really start looking at themselves differently with, technology, social media platforms. And I know SANEF has been quite active in that space in terms of trying to reach out and engage with them as to, the different issues that are currently there. And I want you to, can you please just touch on them a bit? Because one of the key things I think that has always been of discussion when we're talking about mis and disinformation, particularly online, is when we start having media engage in the same platforms, however, them coming with credible information and, for example, them being attacked with disinformation tactics being one of the key issues in terms of the safety of journalists when it even comes to fulfilling their jobs.
No, thanks, look, I mean, what we did at that workshop in January was to really say we are reaching out to social media platforms and say to them, work with us on this, particularly on disinformation, particularly on, what are the safeguards that we can work on and come together and implement these for these elections. And one of the most worrying thing that we keep on picking up and that keeps on happening is happening to our women journalists, funny enough. And they are being targeted through the same platforms where there's constant bullying, constant insults, intimidation, harassment. There's a whole lot of those. And we have reached out to organizations like MMA that have a beautiful platform called MAS that we really want to use and implement to really get our women journalists to use it. Because for a platform like X, for someone to go there and say to a journalist, I know where you live and I've got your address and I want to come to your house, I'm going to rape you and your dogs. And so that's what we have to deal with. All because someone doesn't like what the journalist has reported. But what is even more worrying is that when we think, or we are of the view that we are working on this and this will subside, it keeps on increasing. Whether it's a huge political event, it's elections, it happened quite frequently during the July 21 riots. So that's the one. And the risk safeguards that you refer to that we worked on, we have had a very fruitful meeting with Google, and we have engaged, and they were saying to us, look, we are in agreement here, we'll work closely with you. And we have reached out to Parliament, we have reached out to other big tech companies to say, come forward and let's work on this. Because journalists, when they go out there, besides the online bullying, there's also the harassment and the worry about their safety on the ground when they're out on those stories. So that's the other worry that we see. And we keep on seeing those, where communities don't understand the role of journalists, where other political parties, they don't understand the role of journalists. And we have a updated media code of conduct that we have engaged the IEC about. And it's a code of conduct that really says, yes, we are journalists and we know what's expected of us in terms of our conduct, in terms of what we can and what we shouldn't do, and how we should balance our stories. But also as political parties, we expect you, when someone on your platform, perpetuates this disinformation against the media, you should be able to condemn it. And that's what we've been saying to all these political parties, particularly the leaders, to say, look at these platforms and look at how someone from a certain political party targets a certain media house, and there's no consequence. There's nothing that's been taken or done against those particular individuals, and the least condemnation is not even there. So those are the things that we have said, and we say to the IEC, we say to stakeholders to say, let's work towards these things. Let's work towards them. It will be one of the most, contested elections, as we all know. The media is expected to do a lot, but as the media does a lot, the media shouldn't be worrying about their own safety or some of these things while they are out there.
Definitely, and I think before I open up for questions, I just want to end off, you really touched on an important note, traditional media. And in most cases, a lot of people saying, well, within the digital era, shouldn't we just disregard traditional media? And you actually explained even the role of, the media in terms of what they play. Can you just touch on, on the ground, instances of, I think carrying on from what Reggie was speaking about, in terms of accessing diverse voices when it comes to contextualizing information? Because a lot of times people are looking for the full picture during elections.
I'm glad you actually touched on that, because as I was listening to all of the speakers right now, I was thinking about even just the concept of misinformation, that on the one hand, it may be an issue around the veracity or accuracy of a particular content piece, but also the the context rather within which that content piece is broadcast or disseminated. And that's where traditional media becomes quite critical, because we have a mandate to ensure that we present balanced views. And I think right now, when we're in an election period, one of the questions or aspects we were asked to consider in preparation of this panel was, how can the electorate or members of the public spot that? And that's why media plurality and a diversity of views becomes very important, both in terms of individual media platforms, but looking at traditional media as a collective. And fortunately enough, all of our radio services, as well as having a public broadcaster, media is freely accessible. And I think it's incumbent upon, particularly now, the electorate and members of the public to educate themselves through these different platforms. Listen to 702, listen to SAFM, listen to Power, and we've also got community radio stations and community media, which play quite a critical role insofar as addressing issues of misinformation is concerned. And we ensure that to the extent that we can even partner amongst ourselves as media, because much as, yes, we can be competitors within a commercial context, but right now what's important is to ensure that we play the role that we have insofar as informing and educating the public is concerned. And so we hold ourselves to account, as I indicated earlier on, to the various codes. We hold ourselves to account insofar as ICASA and our relationship is concerned as the regulator, but importantly insofar as understanding that there's a great reliance on the content that we disseminate, and therefore ensuring that whilst it may take us longer to verify the content, rather we take the time to verify, rather we take the time to investigate in the content itself, be it calling people on the ground. To the extent that we can have people dispatched to various regions, we try and do so within the limited resources that we have, but we don't hold ourselves to the pressure of being the first to break the news. And we've seen that citizen journalism really thrives on that. It thrives on being the first to break the news because they want to be the first to trend. That's the objective. It's not informing, it is not educating, and it's not with an appreciation of just the value of information, both for purposes of the political parties that have got their own agendas, the various institutions that we have, but more importantly, the public interest as well. And so we as the media continue to hold ourselves up to those principles, and it's really crunch time for us right now. And we try and ensure that we engage amongst each other around the clock. And yeah, again, we cross-use our various platforms. It's very important for us to have a digital presence, given the fact that there's an increase of consumption and dissemination of content and news content as well on digital platforms. And so that's why we're also equally investing there as well, so that the electorate or members of the public can still be able to identify a particular brand on the within the digital eco-space and say, okay, let me check what the SABC is saying, let me check SAFM, let me check 702, let me check EWN, so that we continue to have that presence, because we'd still be identified as traditional media, even within the context of the digital ecosystem.
Thanks for highlighting that. I think historically it was all about being first. And now you'd rather be last and correct than first and wrong, because we always remember the wrong. I'm going to open up the floor to some questions. I mean, we've got, oh, that was very fast, sir. We've got a question at the back there with the gentleman. I'm not sure online how we're doing with our participants there. There is also a question there. So we'll start with you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. Earlier on, somebody mentioned the whole issue of vernacular languages, and we have found in the past that we would report postings, specifically in Afrikaans, on social media that are either hateful or it is not conforming to the community standards. But then we will get a response back to say, no, there's no problem, it is in line with the community standards. So my question is, especially with social media, do they take the local languages into consideration? And do they have a big enough team to actually make sure? What we have found, and there's a good Afrikaans example of a Google translation. We find that sometimes people would put things into Google to translate, but the translation is wrong. And then it seems as if whatever was posted is not going against the standards of the specific platform. Now in Afrikaans, if you refer to a bicycle spoke, you know, the wheel, the spokes of the wheel, if you had to put that into Google Translate, it will say die fiets het gepraat, because spoke is also did speak. And that's a good example. So if you had to put that now, and I think there are other examples into Google Translate, but you do not have the essence within the local language, you might not see that it's actual contravention of the community standards. So that's just my question. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can divide that question into two parts. For Duduetsang, in terms of the reporting mechanism when it comes to language and when it comes to your community standards. And I think, Sipho, you can touch on the Google translation part of it and the accuracy that comes with that. I'll take the online question and then we'll give, okay. So we can jump straight to you, Duduetsang.
Thank you. Yeah, so when it comes to languages and language coverage, we cover I think about 7 of the 11 right now of South African languages, including Afrikaans. What I mean by that is we have both a human reviewer capacity and a technological capacity to look at content in that language. We do, though, have instances where a user will report a piece of content and say to us that something is violating, and one of two things will happen. It's not necessarily always a language thing. Sometimes it's a language thing where we haven't understood the language, in which case we'll say, oh, there's nothing wrong here. Other times it's a community standards violation where someone says, this is definitely hate speech, and then we might say, it might not necessarily be because of this clause or that clause in our community standards. However, because we are human and because the technology is not perfect, there are instances where we get it wrong on both counts, whether it's the translation piece or the community standards review piece. And in those instances, you are more than welcome to appeal. So don't take our response, the initial one that we give you, as that's it, that's the final answer. Because we also need to learn from users and we need to teach our technology that no, actually, something that might be interpreted as this is okay could, for that particular moment or for whatever reason, suddenly become a problem, right? We've had to start training our technology around the old South African flag, for an instance, where initially it was just another flag. Our technology was not detecting it as a hate speech symbol in this country. And yet, because it is now a hate speech symbol, we've had to go back and make sure that all our technology and all our tools understand that this is now a hate speech symbol. So the long and short of it is, you're welcome to push back on a decision that we give you that you feel we're making a mistake on. And if we are making a mistake, we will definitely review it. If you still don't get any luck from us, you are welcome to approach our oversight board, and they will also take it up with us and say, actually, give us a sense of what this trend looks like and hold us accountable from that perspective as well. And in fact, we've implemented a lot of their decisions after having users come back and push back on our decisions. We right now don't even get enough of applications to the oversight board from countries that are in Africa, in Latin America, and so on. So we more than welcome opportunities, because this is a chance for us to refine our community standards and make them more applicable for countries that are not in the north.
Duduetsang, I'm going to use this opportunity. I think you touched on something that we could expand a bit on, because obviously our discussion here today is not only looking at challenges, but what are the future solutions? And you touched on how community standards, adapt to local contexts. Is that something that in the future would be done by, more submission of complaints and appealed, or is it, a capacity issue at the back end? How would that look like in the future?
Right. Sorry, I'm sorry for the background. I have work going on, which is why I'm home. I've got a burst water pipe, but nevertheless, hope it's not too disturbing. So with our content policies, we basically call them content policies internally. Our community standards are intended to be the global standard. This is what we are all agreeing to. We don't want hate speech, or we don't want this kind of violence on here. We don't want violence and incitement. We don't want misinformation. It's almost, think of it as, yes, it's the principle and the standard that we're working with. However, we understand that there's also a localization piece. So one of our policies that we actually have found to be something that we have to reconsider how we apply in certain instances is what we call our cultural nudity news allowance. So that would be, generally we don't allow nudity in our platforms. We prefer that people were clothed when they post pictures of themselves. However, we also know that in South Africa, there might be umemulo in KZN, or there might be the Swazi reed dance, or there might be pictures that are taken by tourists of the Namibian tribes that live in the Kalahari Desert. I forget their actual name. Apologies for that. But in those instances, the teams would then contact the regional teams and say, hold up, our standard policy is that we should take this down. But would we be limiting free speech if we took down the picture of this traditional ceremony, or the picture of this, this community of people who live in the desert and actually don't wear clothes the way that we do? So we do try to make space for what the local context is like as far as possible. And also, we also have to balance that with what the law of the land is, right? In some instances, it's, it might be a draconian country, and in which case we have to really think hard about whether our compliance with that law would be like silencing freedom of speech, for example. But a lot of the time, we can comply with the local law and still be in line with protecting users and still allow space for people to express themselves. So that's the one piece in terms of application. The second piece is, like, I'll go back to the old South African flag example, which is we had a sense of what hate speech symbols are like in the country. And then we realized, oh, hold on a second, there's a review of local laws, and this might now fall in scope. So we have to go back to our content policy teams and say, are we going to be in compliance with this law? Or is this law going to be an infringement on universal principles of freedom of expression? And then we have to weigh it up. And that's when we start asking for, let's go get some experts. Let's go talk to academics. Let's talk to researchers. Let's talk to lawyers. And we'll have what our content policy teams call stakeholder engagements. And these can run for months. Our stakeholder engagement can be from, every month they're meeting, or every 3 months. We talk to them. We say, this is what our policy says. Are we erring on, the side of caution here, or have we got it completely wrong? And then those folks will say to us, you're actually completely wrong, go and revise. Then our internal teams will go back, revise, and say, okay, we need to make a caveat for these countries because of the following legal obligations, or because of the following cultural nuances. And then when we feel like we're at a comfortable middle, then we can say, okay, now we're updating the actual policies, and we let the users know. So there's multiple processes, both in implementation and in terms of how our content policies are alive and are dynamic.
Thank you for that, Duduetsang. I think it really helps us to actually understand what happens behind the scenes when it comes to the process, because in most instances, we obviously experience what we are seeing via the reporting mechanism rather on your platforms. Sipo, touching on the Google translation question.
Sure. I mean, the one thing I want to say, and I think Duduetsang also said it, the technology is not perfect, right? So, as I said a couple of years ago, Afrikaans might not even have been in the systems, right? So now, this is the AI working, right? So there's no one actually sitting there who's kind of translating for you. It's the AI working. So for the machine to start learning, the user feedback is quite important. So when you do see that this translation is wrong, do tell it that, no, actually this is wrong, and then do that. In the same way as well as when you do report content, if you do get a feedback that says, no, actually there's nothing wrong with that, there may be a number of reasons. Maybe whoever's reviewing it did not understand the context. Maybe they felt that it is not necessarily a violation of our community guidelines. Remember, the community guidelines really are there to make sure that we don't want harmful content on our platform. But there's a tricky balance, because we also don't want to kind of take away freedom of speech. So somebody can have an opinion about something, and that might still stay on the platform, and we might keep it on the platform because it doesn't violate community guidelines. It might be controversial, but sometimes it might stay on the platform, because again, here it's a delicate balance to make sure that we're not restricting freedoms of expression. But in the same way as with Meta, etc., you are able to go through a review process, you're able to appeal, and provide the context. A lot of times when it is something that is more kind of localized, it's helpful to contact the team, so myself or somebody, and then we are able to kind of properly escalate it within the company to say, actually, this content is violated for this reason. You must understand, we do have a global team. So, I mean, somebody who's sitting in India might not understand the context of why you're reporting this. So I would sit down with them, explain the cultural nuances, explain the history, the context, et cetera, et cetera. Then we are able to kind of put that in the system so that the next time such content does come about, it's now able to be picked up. Again, machine learning, these things are still learning. So do be patient with it, but do provide that user feedback. It does help.
Thank you so much for that. I think there's one question in-house, and then I'll take you afterwards, and just the online question first, because I did see it pop up during the discussion.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions. I'll just pose them one after the other, if that's okay. The question is there collaboration between media houses to ensure that there is accurate dissemination of information on a particular matter or issue? That's the first question. And the second question is, how does the media deal with slap suits against journalists who would want to reveal the correct information to society?
Okay, thank you for that. Do you allow me to please just take the last two questions, then we're going to go into, and answer them.
Thank you for that. My question goes to Duduetsang, and it's with regard to the policy by Meta that they do not fact-check statements that are made by politicians. And I understand that this is with regards to balancing freedom of expression and avoiding censorship in this context. But my question is, given that we are in this year of democracy, and I understand it's a very delicate line that we have to deal with in this regard. But by exempting political parties and candidates when it comes to fact-checking, how do you go about it in the background to ensure that, given the role that political parties and candidates do play in spreading mis and disinformation, how do you ensure that whatever statements they put out there in their platforms, on your platforms, on their accounts and posts that they put out, how do you ensure that we are protecting information integrity on online spaces in Meta based on this policy? Thank you.
Thank you for that. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you. There was a reference to risk mitigation plans. I think it was Duduetsang who mentioned those earlier. And reference was made to the point that reports are published on disinformation content as part of content moderation exercises. And I think Sipo also spoke about the issue of disclosures. Now, I want to know how often are these reports published? are they published in real time? Because, again, we're talking about elections in South Africa, which will be taking place in less than 7 weeks. So how can these reports be made to be relevant to the problem we're dealing with right now? Are they issued in real time? If not, are there plans to actually have these reports disclosed in real time? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think I will hop on to the media question for both of you. So it was around the partnerships that media houses have. Are they there and what are their purposes? And I think also around how you deal with slap suits as well. I'll start with you, Ms. Ncheke.
Thank you. So just in terms of the partnerships, there's an institution called the National Association of Broadcasters that's equally been in existence for as long as the BCCSA. And in fact, the NAB established the BCCSA. And that's important because it's an industry body and it's really provided us with a platform where we are able to collaborate on various issues of public importance, depending on the particular context. And during COVID, we actually had quite a few initiatives. There was an unfortunate rise of GBV during COVID, and we then had a initiative, so to speak, where we called it Turn Down the Volume, and really the purpose of it was to highlight and amplify the scourge of GBV. There was a lot of issues around misinformation in relation to COVID. Again, we rallied as an industry through the NAB just to try and address the issues of misinformation relating to COVID and amplifying once again the role of media as a source of reliable, credible, and accurate information. What are we doing now during election period? We actually do have a campaign again that really speaks to the need to ensure that there is credible and accurate information that's circulated, where we put our hands on our heart as media and we undertake to ensure that we disseminate credible information. Part of that is to ensure that whilst we use our media platforms to disseminate information, we also have collective public service announcements relating to issues of public importance, and right now it's the election period. And we also then highlight what some of the complaints mechanisms are. Because you would recall from my earlier presentation, we're all held, fortunately enough, to the same standards. So we all have to comply with the code of conduct. And so that's why we would then, depending on the issues of the day, we would identify what would be a public initiative that we would rally behind and agnostically promote it as members of the NAB as opposed to as a Prime Media or an SABC, just so that, again, members of the public can have assurance that whilst we may have our own specific objectives as media houses, there are matters that we identify as matters of national importance, and we need to ensure that we are seen to be public-centric where those particular aspects are concerned. And then on the second question around how we deal with slap litigation, which is really vexatious litigation, for those who may not be familiar with the term. Fortunately enough, in South Africa, being a constitutional democracy, we've got a very robust legal system. I think some of us have seen some of the matters that have been reported in the media where certain journalists were targeted. And we've got courts that have been very responsive to either interdicts where a certain political party or political leader tries to either stop the publication of certain content or tries to discredit a particular individual for their own objectives. And fortunately enough, we have seen how responsive our courts have been. And because we've got freedom of expression, which means that we are able to distribute and broadcast a diversity of views, but we also understand the obligations that come with it. We have our courts that have been the final arbitrators in terms of whether or not there's any legitimacy to a particular litigation that's pursued either against a media house or against a particular individual. And again, the specific regulatory institutions also play a critical role. So your BCCSA as well plays a critical role. There have unfortunately been, in some instances, certain broadcasters that are just repeatedly brought before the BCCSA because there's a strong opinion that certain people hold very extremist views and they'll be challenged because it's a particular personality. And again, those adjudications have really provided a forum upon which both parties are heard, and there would be a framework that is then applied to determine whether or not there is any legitimacy, so to speak, to that particular claim that's brought. And we've got a very broad court system. We've got various forums. There are various appeal levels right up until the Constitutional Court. And that's always to ensure that we don't shy away from contesting views, but that there's a very clear framework that is then applied to determine whether or not there's any veracity, whether there's any legitimacy, but more importantly, it provides for legal certainty in each particular instance, which I think is quite critical.
Thank you for that. Reggie, can I add on too?
Yeah, so just to add, and I'm sure, I mean, all of us in this room know lawyers are expensive. They're very expensive. So a slap suit simply means we have to go to court. So the last cases we dealt with last year was a particularly busy year for us with regard to that. And both cases, I mean, as Tulana says, we have a very robust judiciary. But also the judiciary, we don't just go there and we think they'll rule in favor of the media. We still have to, brief counsel and then pay lawyers and all of that. You'll remember the Karen Mon and the former President Zuma case in Devon. That was a slap example that we won, and we came in as amicus there. Organizations such as Campaign for Free Expression, SANEF, MMA. That was the one case. The other case last year, it was the Moti and Amabungani case. We also came as amicus there, the same organizations. We also won in that case, and it was a slap suit. So there's much as we, together with Tulana, we refer to all these organizations and the codes and all of that, but because we are such a constitutional democracy, there are people who are of the view that taking journalists to court and they're just going to exhaust their financial resources, and journalists will tire and will not do anything. Hence, I always say we don't like going to court, but in this country, we are so often forced to go to court to defend what journalists have to do. So slap cases are exactly that. We spend, if ever I can share figures, they are shocking figures of what we have to spend so that we can defend against slap suits.
I think the lobbying and the advocacy and the importance of civil society as well when it comes to the support that's needed when it comes to those type of slap suits. Diduetang, I'm going to come to you. There was one question that was around your policy in terms of fact-checking political statements. And I think there was also another one we can tie it together around content regulation, real-time issuing of your reports, and looking at not risk litigation rather, but the processes of the content regulation part.
Thank you very much. So let me start with the fact-checking of public figures. So when we say that we are not fact-checking public figures, we don't mean that public figures can go and say whatever they want, whenever they want, and have no repercussions, right? What we mean is we're not going to go there understanding that chances are this person is involved in political speech, and then go and say, hey, this is a lie, for these following reasons. Because of the fact that it's political speech, we would effectively become an actor that is involved in a country's political discourse, right? However, because we also know that when high-profile individuals, particularly political leaders, say things that are harmful, we know in this country very well, we've learned painfully, that it has resulted in real-world harm. So that does not mean that we won't now go and say to that person directly, first of all, that you have said something that looks like violence and incitement. And for this reason, your page reduction or this particular piece of content is going to get taken down. So we look at the risks of that speech. If this person is just being inflammatory, but there's no one that's going to go and chase somebody else and potentially attack another individual, we might not necessarily say this particular political leader is actually perpetuating misinformation. If it's disinformation, again, it's different. It's not an issue of context. It's not an issue of opinion. It's probably factually incorrect. And so it will come down, right? So our ability to moderate content the way that we normally do remains, even though it is in the context of a political figure. And in addition to that, once we say to a political figure that, you know, whoever's managing your page, whether it's you or whoever else, there's a lot of violations that are happening on here. Political figures also collect strikes. And that's why sometimes you hear some of them saying, we are now censoring them or we are restricting their ability to communicate. It's because their pages have been reduced in terms of distribution and they no longer have the same impact and they're not reaching the same number of people that they used to reaching. So there are consequences for everybody, regardless of who they are. It's just that in particular moments, we might have to think maybe a little differently about, okay, is this now like full on misinformation or disinformation? Or is this somebody just who's being inflammatory? And if they are, what are the risks of this content, right? If there's going to be real world harm on the other side, then our first response is going to be, well, we need to actually minimize the risk. And so we will deal with that content. So yeah, it's just to say that it's not a wholesale blanket, like it's just days like that. And I think the second question was around something about real-time data.
Yes, correct. So real-time data, real-time issuing of reporting. I mean, you spoke about your process in terms of content moderation and the, you know, verifying with different parts of the team. I think it was looking at that speed in which that is done and obviously the data that is available to consume and the time frame that is available for us to receive them.
Right. Okay, thank you. I'm actually glad I got this question. So here's the thing. We have a transparency report, right? And I think everybody in the room is probably familiar with. Our transparency reports are really a way for us to convey how well or how badly we're doing in terms of enforcing against our own community standards. And they come in a quarterly report. It's not a monthly report. It's not a daily report. We're just not at the place where we could basically do that for more than 100 nations across the world. So it is a quarterly report, and you can then go and look for the types of, whether it's content standard violations, or you want to understand which governments from what regions are requesting takedown requests, and you want to understand whether we took down those pieces of content or we didn't, right? That's the one bucket. And in that bucket, in fact, if you go to our transparency center, you'll find a lot more than the ones that I've just mentioned now. So that's that. Then the second piece around responses is directly linked to a user reporting something to us. Sometimes it's real time because maybe the thing that you're reporting is fairly simple. We can see that this is a problem. Boom, it could be down in a couple of minutes. It could be down in 24 hours. It could be down in 48 hours, right? Sometimes you're reporting something that is a little more complex and requires a longer review process, in which case you're going to get feedback much later. Then we come into the third bucket of data, right? And reports around data. This is where you enter the territory of, you know, whether you are using it for research purposes, or this is now perhaps people who are requesting data sets for accountability purposes or for monitoring purposes. Then now we need to subdivide them. On the one side, you have folks that get near real-time data from us that can then be used if they are basically part of our media content library and they have access to our API. And so there they get particular types of data sets which are at near real time as possible. On the other side, you get folks who are saying, no, I want to do a more in-depth and extensive report. I want something more substantive than what you have in your ads library or your meta content library, or even what I can access through your API. In which case, then you kick off a longer process. And that means I cannot say to you right now, you're going to get the data. No. Now we have to go and figure out who is the entity, what is the purpose of what it is that they want to do, what types of data do they want? Because you can't just say, I want data. Are you talking about data sets, demographic things? We also have local laws to comply with, right? So every type of access we've now had to learn very hard way after 2016 and Cambridge Analytica. Every type of data that we allow third parties to have access to, we need to be able to back it up. How is it going to be protected? Which type can we justify giving you access to that extent? Then we also have business concerns, right? Some of it might be data that is commercially sensitive. So we have to go and figure out where to draw the line. So if I get a request for data, or we get a request like a research proposal, for example, a research proposal is going to be directed to a particular team where I work with researchers that can then work the path with them and get them onboarded so that they have, at the end, access to that data should they meet the eligibility criteria. Then the other side is, oh, you just want a recap of what we've done so far, and then we'll share that. But we are not in a position, and I must state very clearly, where we can proactively now share a litany of all the details of what we have in place, to what level, at what number for each country before an election. We can't do that. That would be undermining our own risk mitigation strategy. We have to wait to a certain point and then say, okay, this is what we had in place and this is what we were able to accomplish. And that's why if you think of the misinformation and disinformation problems as just a tech company problem, there are many gaps. But if you think of it as a holistic thing, we can tell you up to a point that, okay, we've got the following in place. We've got this much capacity. We've got this much proactive. Yes, we've identified these risks. Yes, we've seen this from our reports from last year that we need to worry about these users and so on. And then we can have a conversation and say, okay, that means the feedback is this is too slow, or we need to improve in that gap, or we need to fine tune so that we can pick up this or that. So that's what's possible in the realm of data and real world responses and transparency and what kind of data it could be and to what extent you could get it and when. I hope that sort of clarifies what is a very complicated process.
I think you really did try. It's one of the big questions media or, tech companies always face. Sipa, I don't know if you want to add a bit on that before I take the last round of questions.
Sure. Let me add. So I think, yes, also to differentiate. So with our normal content moderation, what we have is transparency reporting, which also does happen on a quarterly basis and is kind of a delayed quarter. That is just our normal transparency report that we do in our normal kind of day-to-day business. Now, when it comes to elections and preparations for elections, so we have internally what we refer to as the threat analysis group. Their job is to monitor threats across the board, across Google, cybersecurity concerns, anything of that nature, but also specifically when it comes to elections, their job is to then monitor what are those risks that are going to take place. And remember the angle in which that they're monitoring. They're looking at what are some of the threats that our products and our platforms face, and how are we going to mitigate that, right? So as we're preparing for elections, now we have what we refer to as a war room. So almost every week I meet with a team of about 40 people who sit across the world, across the various products, various teams, different things. Our job is to, in the run-up for elections, basically, I'm not sleeping for the next couple of months, because anything happens at any point. Nomshato calls me tomorrow and says, there's something happening. We need to make sure that in the normal course of business where content would be taken down 24 to 48 hours, you can imagine 48 hours in an election period is a long time for content to be up, right? So we need to act immediately. And that's why we also work on a 24/7 kind of approach. So at any point, anything happens, there needs to be somebody in the team available to be able to address those concerns or that content that is been identified. So in that kind of phase, or in that kind of operation that we have, we are getting data and information coming in as they're constantly monitoring, but there's not information that we can necessarily share and report on openly and widely and publish it, right? Because, for the fact that we are trying to mitigate against this, I can tell you, what I can tell you, for instance, is that I know that the TAG, the Threat Analysis Group, monitors about 270 odd bad actors from 50 countries that we've known have been bad actors. But I wouldn't be able to publish a list of who are those 270 that we are monitoring, because then kind of you lose the advantage of the anonymity, So there's a lot that we get, that we collect, that we do internally in terms of trying to make sure that we are ready and be able to address those threats. But there's very little that we can share widely. But where we do, and where it is necessary for us to share with the authorities, for instance, if there's something that we identify and we're like, okay, this is going to be something that is going to be illegal or this of this nature, we need to identify or inform the necessary authorities, then we are able to do so and share that information that we have. But we are not able to kind of publish widely some of that information.
Sipho, on that note, looking at the time, and I have been navigating this ship, and I'm told that I need to dock it for lunch, so that I don't get between the matters of you and your stomach. I'm going to just ask my panelists to give a quick 30 seconds closing remarks of your key thoughts based on the discussion we had. I think this deserves the whole day to really unpack. I know there were some questions online still, which I'm sure will be answered during the break, and we'll try and get those answers for you. So a quick 30 seconds that I'm giving you to just quickly wrap up your thoughts or remarks for today's discussion. So I'll start with you, Sipho.
I think, as everybody has said, and this is the kind of recurring theme, is that this does take an ecosystem approach. There's so much that we can do. And as Duduetsang said, mis and disinformation is not a tech company thing. It does require all of us to work together to see media, the journalists, everybody. We need to be working together to be able to curb and remember what is the purpose of mis and disinformation is to kind of put it, bad acting, to put us kind of out of sorts. And the only way we can do that as a society is to kind of work together and continue to partner.
Definitely. Reggie?
No, I think we need to think of what South Africa is at the moment, Namshado, as we wrap up today's proceedings, to say we shouldn't forget we are a very unequal country, and the inequality that's shown out there in our rural and urban areas, where the poorest of the poor don't have access to what we have, some of us. We need to think of those voters, and we need to think of them to say, are we doing better for them, and how can we show up better for those, whether you are a social media platform, or you are the media, or you are the IEC, or the Information Regulator, to say, what are we doing for those poor South Africans, and how can we show up better for them?
Definitely. Ms. Ncheke?
Thank you. Agility. I think a lot of the times when we think about our responses, just picking up from the last aspect that was discussed in the previous panel, where the question was, well, do we need new laws and navigating those laws? I'm mentioning that because it tends to be an immediate response, but we need to be agile. If we just consider just the entire process of legislation, by the time the legislation is passed, the issue we were trying to address has either passed or it's morphed into something else. And that therefore means that we have to take accountability and ownership of the respective roles that we play as media, as the institutions that hold us to account, as the regulator, and try to be agile in our responses and think about innovative ways that we can make use of the AI tools. I think we need to, as Sipho had said, we need to collaborate, especially where it's matters of public interest. It can't be an us and them, traditional media versus digital media, or even this digital media versus that digital media. So whilst we have to collaborate, I think in terms of developing solutions, we need to be very agile so that we are able to respond to the immediate issues of the day and think about how those solutions can have greater longevity, I'd say, because one thing that we've noted is there's an increased role to be played by policy. There's an increased role to be played by collaborating between different countries. We've had this conversation naturally within the context of South Africa, but sometimes we also have to think about how we can collaborate within a particular region, such as a SADC region, where we are able to capacitate each other, so that as we go from election period in one country to the next, as a region, we've set our own norms and standards. As a region, we've set our own policies around what is our stance on misinformation and disinformation, how can it be addressed, and the specific roles of the key stakeholders, including civil society, which, as we've seen, continues to play an increasingly important role in just ensuring that we've got a safe media space, so to speak, for all players.
Thank you. Big words, agility and collaboration. Duduetsang, your last remarks for 30 seconds?
I'll try to keep it short.
Please.
Look, I think I'll make 2 points on this one, right? For me, the misinformation and disinformation problem is a societal one for these reasons. If something is already on our platforms, is on a digital platform, it's too late. It's too late, colleagues, because it means somebody sat in a room and created it, or somebody sat somewhere and shared it. And this is particularly the case for disinformation, right? That's the one issue. The second issue that I have is if we also have a society that is, for whatever reason, unwittingly or wittingly so, eager to believe that the institutions that have previously been trusted and held in high esteem to help people understand what the right kinds of information are no longer trusted, then we have a major problem, because the tools will get better eventually. If technology is going to go at the pace that it's going, at some point, it's going to get better at identifying misinformation and disinformation. But it won't change the fact that, one, someone is creating it, and two, somebody is believing it. So there's a bigger conversation that we need to have at some point about what we're going to do regarding the trust deficit, whether it's digital literacy gaps or whatever it is that is fueling the rise, the consumption, and the constant emerging and evolving nature of misinformation and disinformation.
Thank you so much, Duduetsang, and I'd like to really give a big, big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much for allowing me to also drive the conversation. As I said, these are discussions that truly do need the whole day, but I think some questions were tough, and some questions really probed us to start thinking of really innovative solutions for the future. Thank you once again. I think you've got amazing goodies that are coming your way for giving us your time today to contribute.
Thank you, Nomshat. Well, we understand, especially if you've got Meta, you've got Google, you've got SANEF. I'm sure we needed the whole day.
Definitely.
Because most of the problem comes from those platforms. So I think it was important that we extended it a bit. It's unfortunate that we do not have the time, but yes, I agree with you that we need to have more of this discussion going on, because as the regulator, we sit with a lot of complaints coming from particularly the social media platform, Meta, Google, and so on. Thank you. Can I call Ms. Makuse to come forward and just hand over the little tokens of appreciation? Is she here? Or if she's not here, I'll do it myself. But before I do that, lunch is on the 13th floor at the restaurant. We were supposed to break at 1:45, so I'll give you the indulgence. Let's come back at 5 to 2? What time is it now? 5 to 1. Yeah, 5 to 2. Thank you very much to our esteemed panelists. Without any waste of time, now invite Ms. Moagisi Sibanda to introduce the panel and facilitate this session. The next session obviously has been cancelled. This was about the guidance note. I did explain earlier on that Mr. Wikanyo will not be taking you through the guidance note because it still has to go through the internal system. As soon as it is ready, we will announce and then post it on our website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
I hope your lunch was good.
Yep.
I hope you're energized and not suffering from the itis this afternoon. This is the last panel discussion for the day, as you've already been directed. And we'll be discussing with our panel of 5 multi-sectoral approaches to curbing misinformation and disinformation during the 2024 general elections. In the earlier sessions, we discussed it from, platform owners and what it is that they're doing from a media space as well, traditional as well as online. Right now, we'll be looking at what legal frameworks and legislative measures are in place and which institutions are implementing those and what the consequences are for those who dabble in misinformation and disinformation. I think we still struggle, as some of these laws are new, with instilling that there are consequences for these actions. And maybe we haven't had enough examples of people who've had to face legal consequences, whether fines, whether jail time, etc. But I think it's important to socialize what these legislative matters are. And I'm going to introduce our panel so that they'll be able to tell us more about all these various frameworks. We've got Mr. William Bird. He's the Director of Media Monitoring Africa, seated right at the center.
Hello.
To his left, we've got Ms. Mary Stella Simuyu, who's the Program Officer, Expression, Information, and Digital Rights Unit at the Center of Human Rights at University of Pretoria. Then, to her left, we've got Mr. Norman Gidi, Executive Legal and Risk Complaints and Compliance at ICASA. Then coming back to the right of Mr. Bird, we've got Mr. Mawetu Moseri. He's the Deputy Chief Executive Electoral Officer at the IEC in charge of outreach. And then to his right, we've got Mr. Mukelani Dimba, Executive Educom at the Information Regulator. And that is our panel this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How we're going to do this afternoon is that I'm going to ask them to do some opening remarks, just speaking on the role of the institutions that they sit here representing in terms of what it is those institutions do in order to safeguard against misinformation and disinformation. So what are the legal parameters that they have to operate within in order to ensure a safe society, really, and the rights of voters when it comes to access to information, but also access to credible information. So I'm just going to go down the line from my left, begin with Mr. Dimba here, and then we'll just move like this. I'm asking the panel to speak for about 3 minutes so that we have enough discussion time. So really high level, and then I will engage in discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sabanda, and good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
Thank you for that enthusiastic response. I am not Advocate Lebogang Stroom, and you will know this by 3 things. Firstly, I'm not as well-dressed as Advocate Stroom often is. I'm not as good-looking as Advocate Stroom is, and I'm definitely not as smart as she is, but she asked me to step in at a very last moment this morning because she wasn't feeling very well. Maybe to start off with, I think I need to indicate that the Information Regulator, we've heard about what the role of the Information Regulator is from the CEO's remarks this morning, but we fully support the multi-sectoral approach to dealing with the problem of misinformation and disinformation. What came out very strongly this morning in the opening remarks by Professor Mary and Ms. Nomshado Lubisi Nkosinkulu was this whole idea of how AI amplifies misinformation and disinformation, that is to say, artificial intelligence. Now, as the regulator, we have 2 instruments at our disposal to deal with some of these issues. One of them is the Protection of Personal Information Act, POPIA for short. Now, unfortunately, POPIA is quite limited in the ability it gives us as the regulator to respond to the challenges of AI because it doesn't address the issue of artificial intelligence in great detail. However, as the regulator, we have seen it fit that we must adopt some policy responses to the issue of artificial intelligence, even outside what the legislation provides to us. To this extent, we're going to be developing a program that places the regulator at a position where it's able to respond to some of the challenges that we heard about today. And one of the opportunities, I think, for us and everybody in the room is through what has recently been launched as the National AI Policy of government. We've had a look at the National AI Policy, and we feel that there are still gaps in it. There's still some work that needs to be done, particularly from the perspective of how the National AI Policy addresses issues of misinformation and disinformation and the use of AI platforms in that space. So I think it's a call on all of us in this room to make our voices heard. And I quite like the idea that was shared by Nomshado earlier to say we need to do some cross-campaign work in this area. And I think it would be fantastic if all the organizations involved in this dialogue today could come together and see if we are able to come up with some kind of commonly agreed policy responses, particularly to the national AI policy. So I think those, for me, will be the opening remarks. As we discuss the issues further, I would like to zoom in a bit closely in terms of what we have done, given the instrument of POPIA that we have at our disposal, and as well as the Promotion of Access to Information Act.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mosuri, what is IEC's role in curbing misinformation and disinformation?
Thank you very much, Mohisi. Good afternoon, colleagues on the panel and everyone in the meeting. Let me start by saying disinformation is not new in election. What is new in the election space and disinformation is the platform that is being used now, or platforms. And secondly, it is the speed at which it circulates on these platforms. If we had time, I will tell you stories of disinformation with campaigns by political parties. And as a consequence of so much disinformation that comes primarily from political parties, in our law, we have two provisions. The one part is the Code of Conduct. The second part is prohibited conduct, which seek to deal with aspects of disinformation. The Code of Conduct promotes good action amongst the contestants, and it encourages them to cooperate and certainly create a space that makes it conducive for us to have free and fair elections. But in the event they fail to cooperate and infringe the code, the second part of what I indicated as prohibited conduct kicks in, where we are now dealing with an infringement. Now, our structure suggests that there's separation of functions. When there's an infringement of the code, it hands over the authority to a different state structure. In this instance, it hands over to the judiciary, because whatever is prohibited conduct becomes a criminal offense, and it must be dealt with in terms of the criminal procedure of the country. So it takes a different approach. Police get involved, the prosecution gets involved, and it goes to the courts that way. But there are instances where the same political party or candidate continues to commit acts that infringe the code of conduct, which suggests then that we need to approach the electoral court to say this particular contestant has a repeat and a habitual thing of interfering with other candidates or with citizens in this format and that format, and the electoral court looks at that and objectively makes a determination and sanctions related to that. And obviously, electoral sanctions that are common is a fine, being disqualified to contest in that election, or docking you a number of votes. So all of those are possible sanctions, but it is only the electoral court that could mete out those punishments or sanctions. So in the scheme of things, if there's an infringement of the code, it will not be the commission that deals with that. It would be the electoral court. And access to the electoral court, there's no requirement that you first approach the commission before you can access the electoral court. You could directly, as an ordinary citizen, as media, as journalists, as political parties or contestants, go directly and access the court for purposes of recreating the balance that has been broken by the infringement of the code. Those are the two key provisions to deal with disinformation. Now, when you drill down to those two, you will find things that relate to misinformation, like false information, misleading information with your campaigns, intimidation, it's all there. So you would pick up what is relevant to the circumstances you're dealing with at that point in time. We do have another provision where we can mediate between two contestants if they so wish. 103A of the Electoral Act provides us with that authority to mediate. But we've had very few occasions where we had political players willing to be put down on mediation. Now we rely, therefore, to deal with misinformation, disinformation on the various partnerships we form. There are those with state bodies or statutory bodies that we cooperate with. Obviously, top of our agenda and our relationships is state security and security at large. Where there's a threat to the stability of the state, we have to use those security actors to make the necessary intervention. The second one is obviously dealing with our sister organizations, which is in this case the Information Regulator, and we've just been made aware of what the Film and Publication Board can do. And obviously there are colleagues who believe that maybe it's not entirely as presented, but it's a provision that we have. And the third one is obviously working with the investigative arm of our police to deal with these particular types of cases, as well as the national prosecution. Now, Mohis, I'm worried about time, but I'm not touching as yet on the work that we are doing at an international level. Close cooperation with the platforms themselves, and the partnership we have directly with MMA as a civil society organ to work with to find this multi-sectoral approach to disinformation and misinformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think you bring in Mr. Bird's role there quite nicely when it comes to the partnership that you have with the Real 411. William?
Thanks. I wanted to, just because I don't have another opportunity in the program, just to thank the sponsors and partners of today, the Information Regulator and the IEC, and to also take a moment to appreciate what we do have in South Africa, because we do have these global threats that we're facing and mitigating, but we are very lucky that we have an information regulator that, being but a mere toddler, effectively at only 2.5 years old, is already asserting its authority and independence and the work that it's doing, and that's pretty incredible. And then we've got one of the easily the best electoral management bodies anywhere in the world to oversee our elections, despite them being underfunded by the state, which is probably something criminal, but that's another matter. So I think that that's a significant thing to acknowledge as today's discussions go forward, is that we really are in a very fortunate position, and then we've got other experts and excellent bodies in the country to help with all of these things. Just on the AI issue, tomorrow, for those of you who are looking for something to do, we'll be launching guidelines for journalists and for political parties on how to deal with AI. So getting to this precise issue, I think the reality is, and I think this has emerged, is that we can only mitigate and minimize the impact of mis and disinformation. Every step forward we take, the dark forces take another few steps forward, and we have to find better ways of dealing with that. Now, on some level, there's a nice idea that you have a law that'll solve this problem. Unfortunately, that idea is a bit like Donald Trump's idea of saying we need a wall to stop migrants, right? For about a split second, it sounds like a half-good idea, and then you go, well, that isn't going to solve anything. And it's exactly the same with this idea that you can solve what is a massively complex and nuanced issue with one law that's going to solve this problem. Firstly, as other speakers have already highlighted, the speed and effectiveness in which these things occur is something that no law can do anything about, which means that your only way that that law becomes effective is to chill freedom of expression to the extent that people are scared to say anything negative in case they get thrown in jail, right? And that's not South Africa. We won't tolerate that kind of approach, and indeed it would be vaguely and vastly unconstitutional, which is what's just happened with the FPB's attempts to regulate this space in a similar kind of fashion. I think the second point I want to make is that what we know is the future currency of this space is credibility. It was mentioned in the earlier panel, accuracy and verifiable information. It's changing the way that journalism is done. It's changing the way we receive information. But these are the key kind of cornerstones of what's going to determine whether or not countries stay democratic or otherwise. The fact that the IEC is continuously acting in a manner that is transparent and accountable builds its credibility. A few small things, bad actors within it, can dent and undermine that kind of credibility. So it's hard won and easily lost, which is why you need to consistently focus on building, developing that credibility. So any fight against the online harms of mis and disinformation must therefore focus equally on building the credibility of public institutions, on building credibility of news organizations, on building credibility of journalism organizations. I think that the last point, and then I'll shut up, is that for social media platforms, one of the key things there is that, yes, they are doing things. Is it enough? Nowhere near it. If we look on a simple level, what we're talking about is equity. We want to see the same protections, standards, and efforts made in bigger countries as they do in our countries down in this part of the world, in Africa, I think is one thing. The second thing that I think we need to do to actively combat mis and disinformation is to look at how we financially, disincentivize disinformation. Because at the moment, people make money from spreading it. There's a whole range of people that actually make money by being invited to. You can be students all over the world and make money by spreading mis and disinformation. And now with AI, you don't even need students, but you can spread it because the disinformation is the kind of thing that generates engagement, and that usually does it. So if we are serious about doing this, we have to find efficient methods of disincentivizing, and that's not going to happen with a simple law that bans disinformation, right? Which is why, ultimately, you have to have a multi-stakeholder approach. You have to have all of these organizations and lots of clever people, in addition to the ones that I'm lucky to be with on the stage, to work out and solve how we can address these issues. Thanks.
Thank you, William. Mr. Moyo, access to information and credible information is a human rights issue. So what is your role then in the curbing of misinformation and disinformation when it comes to elections in particular?
Thank you for that. As you did mention at the beginning, I am with the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. And as you can tell from our name, we are straddling two areas. We are straddling NGO side as well as straddling the academic side. And so we do play different roles in this regard and how we address the scourge of misinformation and disinformation. And we largely usually take a regional perspective, but because we are based in South Africa, South Africa does have a special place in our hearts with regard to the work that we do. And you've mentioned access to information, which is a very key project that we have in regard to South Africa. And if I can use a term that Nom Shadow used at the beginning, pre-banking misinformation and disinformation. With our Access to Information and Elections project, we see proactive disclosure of information by all electoral stakeholders involved as a way of going ahead of the issue of misinformation and disinformation. And we have a project that we launched in 2019 that started with South Africa, and what we did with this project is take the guidelines on access to information and elections in Africa. This is a soft law instrument that was adopted by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights in 2017. And basically what this guideline does is comprehensively outline what are the responsibilities of all different electoral stakeholders in ensuring proactive disclosure of information. And it's an amazing document in this regard because it provides critical guidelines to all electoral stakeholders. Here we're talking about the election management body. We're talking about appointing authorities of election management bodies. We're talking about law enforcement authorities. We're talking about media, both offline and online. We're talking about election observers, as well as the EMB, if I don't mention the EMB, which plays a very critical function. And in 2019, what we did, with the support of the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Access to Information of the African Commission, is bring together different organizations in South Africa, and this is one example of already a multi-sectoral approach when it comes to research, because we cannot come up with strategic interventions from a point of ignorance. So here we need knowledge exactly on what is the state of the information ecosystem in South Africa, what is the state of proactive disclosure of access to information in South Africa, what are the responsibilities of the different parties, and how they are undertaking their different responsibilities. So in 2019, we did come up with a report that comprehensively looked at how the different stakeholders are ensuring access to information during elections. And I have to say South Africa did well with regards to this assessment. Largely, most of the electoral stakeholders were ensuring proactive disclosure of information, but there were areas that needed improvement, and we did put in place and did profile recommendations in this regard. And after South Africa, we did scale, let me just mention that we did scale this research and looked at Kenya, Ghana, Uganda, Tanzania, the Gambia, so that we can actually even have comparative studies where we can learn from each other, the different countries, and how we as stakeholders can work together towards promoting proactive disclosure of information. And since then, we did not want to have a report that just gathers dust somewhere in a shelf. That's some reports I want to do. And what we felt was necessary, again, is to adopt a multi-stakeholder approach to implementing the recommendations of that report. Most of the key recommendations were provided towards the IEC, the Information Regulator, as well as the South African Human Rights Commission. And so we did reach out to them, and they have been key partners in helping us with stakeholder engagements. And also we have Media Monitoring Africa coming in, where we have collaborated together to hold engagements with the electoral stakeholders that have been identified in the guidelines. And so last year we did have an engagement with political parties and candidates. Let us talk more about the guidelines, let us publicize the guidelines, because if you look at the guidelines, the final provisions require that governments, all states must ensure that their state officials are trained on the provisions of the guidelines and trained on how to implement the guidelines. And so we've come together and created spaces and platforms where we can engage with the different stakeholders. So last year we did engage with political parties and candidates, and it does create a space where we can actually look at, yes, this is what the guidelines indicate. Are they in congruence with the national legal framework? Is it feasible what the guidelines are requesting all stakeholders to proactively disclose information about? As well as, is there a chance, is there a need to, let's say, revise some of the provisions to be more realistic in the age that we live in? And is there something, are there gaps in the guidelines when it comes to access to information? And so that is something we have been doing, coming together as different stakeholders and working together to see how, as all stakeholders, by proactively disclosing information, we do pre-bank, go ahead of misinformation and disinformation, and create an information ecosystem, particularly during elections, where there is an informed citizenry. We are nurturing an informed citizenry that can be able to be redirected to more credible sources. If you're looking for certain electoral specific information, if you're looking for political parties, we know we can get that information let's say the websites of political parties. If we need information about the IC, we know we go to their website, we go to their social media handles, their media briefings about certain electoral information. So by ensuring that all these electoral stakeholders have platforms where they provide this information proactively and the citizens can go there, then they are less susceptible to mis and disinformation in the context of elections.
Thank you
I'll
so
stop
much.
there for now.
Mr. Gidi, the ICASA Act that Reggie spoke about earlier, how does that play out in time of elections when it comes to misinformation and disinformation?
Thank you very much. I should start by saying I'm responsible for policy research and analysis at ICASA. What is key is that free and fair elections are a necessary foundation of democracy. This has been entrenched in our constitution. Every citizen has a right to a free, fair, and regular elections. Through these elections, democratic political system and the institutions of governments are then constituted. So the protection of freedom of expression and other rights and freedom which are enshrined in the Bill of Rights is of paramount significance. So it is this consciousness of the role of the elections in nurturing our democracy that inspires us to stay awake to the factors that stoke the fragilities of our democratic system. One such element is the challenge of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, which rears its ugly head as election campaign garner pace. So we are all aware that the 2024 elections are around the corner. Various political parties and independent candidates are then launching the manifestos, and they are campaigning for their political parties and their candidature. Amid of this euphoria in the build-up to the election is people's right to useful information. That will then help them make the informed choices at the booth, which is then threatened by this challenge of misinformation. While South Africa has an effective regulatory framework that helps keep tab on the media fraternity, the digital media space remains a big challenge which needs to be addressed. Having said that, Chair, I should then indicate that the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa is the independent regulator established in terms of the Constitution, Section 192. Section 192 of the Constitution then indicates that there must be an independent broadcasting institution that then regulate broadcasting in the public interest. So subsequent to that provision, then there is an ICASA Act that you then spoke about, which then established ICASA as an independent regulator for broadcasting, for telecoms, as well as postal services. So we regulate those sectors in the public interest. The community broadcasters, the public broadcasters, the commercial broadcasters. We have just received the presentation from the previous panel wherein they were indicating that they are subject to ICASA's regulations as well as legislation. So we license those, and we then ensure that those broadcasters, they must then adhere or must comply with the law, they must comply with the regulations that we establish, they must also comply with the license term and condition. So we have a piece of legislation that is called the Electronic Communications Act. So this legislation, it then empowers us to then regulate the national election broadcasting. Simply put, the broadcasting relating to the elections. And we have then finalized the regulations relating to the national election broadcasting. And in terms of that regulation in the main, it then provides the framework under which the political election broadcast and political advertisement can then take place. We then allocate a slot for political parties and independent candidates, wherein they then go and air their political broadcast free of charge on the public broadcaster or any other commercial or community broadcaster who would then like to participate. They also have an opportunity to then submit the political advertisement to then advance their interest as the political parties. So the one important issue is that we then make sure, in terms of the regulation, that those political advertisement or political election broadcast, they must not contain any information which is unlawful, illegal, or unwanted, or which can be calculated to then advance any of those actions. You have heard, Chair, from the previous panel that we also have what is called the Code of Conduct, wherein we then enjoin the broadcaster to then comply with the code. And in the main is just to ensure that issues such as news, when they then broadcast them, it must be truthful, and it must be accurate, and it must be stated fairly. And those who are then members of the BCCSA, they then comply with the BCCSA code. But those who are not members of the BCCSA, they then comply with ICASA code. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's very, very clear. I think from everything that has been said by the panel members here, I think it's very important to remember that all of these safeguards are really about the voter and ensuring the freeness and fairness of elections. Because elections are really about serving people. It's about people asserting their preferences, asserting their priorities as a community. And all of these safeguards are really about assisting the process to do so. I would just want to ask the panel, what are the things maybe you're concerned about with this very different election? I think we're already in a very politically charged environment with this election, where there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation and fear-mongering that goes on around an election that's different. You know, people are always challenged by something that's different, and we fear it. I think as the IEC, you can also comment and say what are the things you want to allay the public about, but also as the information regulator, maybe I start with you. What are the things you're concerned about, but what are you going to do about them? Because we must empower the public to know what it is we're going to do about them and not feed into the fear and the concerns that are going around.
Thank you, Ms. Sibanda. I think for the information regulator, the biggest concern we have is in a democratic system, public trust in institutions is supreme.
Yep.
The elections will only be regarded as credible if the public has trust in the institutions that are involved in the electoral process. That speaks to the IEC, that speaks to the media, that speaks to the political parties themselves. Now, we as the regulator are concerned about how political parties are approaching their transparency obligations. Remember, transparency builds this trust that I was talking about. So we recently conducted a series of assessments on political parties to see whether they are complying with the Promotion of Access to Information Act. Remember, the Promotion of Access to Information Act, the Amendment Act of 2019, actually incorporates political parties into the definition of private bodies, which means political parties, as from 2019, as a result of that amendment to PAIA, they have specific obligations that they need to meet in compliance with PAIA, which is a tool for accountability, it's a tool for transparency. We have found that of the 13 political parties that are represented in Parliament, none of them are fully compliant with PAIA. None of them, not a single one. There are some levels of compliance there are instances where, for example, some parties have appointed information officers or deputy information officers, but it's not across the board. There are instances where parties have produced PAIA manuals. Remember, a PAIA manual is a menu that a member of the public consults when they want to understand how to access information from that institution. A lot of these PAIA manuals, where they exist, they are outdated. So we are saying that it's a major concern that political parties are not taking seriously the one instrument that we have that speaks to transparency and how you operationalize the principle of transparency. So that's one aspect. Mr. Namasisi has been leading on this process, and I'm sure he will share more of the stats from that exercise. But the results are not good. The other concern that we have with these elections is how the various electoral stakeholders, how they manage the personal information of data subjects, that is to say the voters. It is for this reason that we issued a guidance note on the processing of personal information of a voter by political parties in 2019, and we have now taken a step to update that guidance note because the environment has changed so much. So many people are processing the personal information of voters, and so we need to make our own instrument relevant to the current context. So those are some of the things that we are looking at from the perspective of the regulator in relation to these elections.
Mr. Mosri, how does the IEC then separate fact from fiction, and how do you go out and educate the public to be able to discern and tell the difference, but also to become champions within their community of saying what is true and what is not?
Madam Sibanda, it's very easy to manage that with correct information, with educational programs. However, the source of incorrect information is always troublesome for us, because if the source is a political contestant who is also saying, I will lose because the commission, I will lose, I will not be as successful at the end of these elections because the commission didn't do A or B. It's very problematic because it becomes a de-campaigning of a political role player, a person who wants to gain more votes. And I think Ntate Mare shared something in his presentation that if you undermine the credibility of the election and the body that must manage your election, you are in turn saying to the voters, don't come out and vote. And that's the biggest challenge, is what political parties and political players are putting in these platforms and these public discussion spaces that actually discourages voters. And for us to continuously do voter education to try and recover from that point is a very difficult one. Now, with the various things that are new with this election, including just managing this extent of misinformation, is the change in the legislative space on the electoral process. We can talk about that when we have time, but maybe to just share with everyone that disinformation is very likely because there's about 55 unique contestants in this election, political parties. And then when you look at the number of candidates that have been nominated to stand for office, there's 14,900 of them, including your 6 national independents and your 6 contesting provinces. So there's about 12 independents in this election who are contesting. Now, here is the cherry on top of this. The actual seats being contested by the 15,000 odd people are 887. Clearly, from what I'm saying, 14,000 people are bound to be disappointed at the end of this election. So what stops them, or what makes them act responsibly if they already think that they will lose from this election? And where are they likely to go? They will go at the EMB itself, discredit the Electoral Commission. Already from research we've conducted, the levels of trust for political parties is as low as 10 to 13% in the country. The level of trust for state bodies and other state structures is as low as 20%. And with that, an electoral management body like us is bound to be dragged downwards because we work in that space with those people. And our last rating was at around 40% level of trust or mistrust for the Commission. So we are at a very low end when we have to legitimize people who are elected out of these elections. The second part where we're gonna be exposed to a lot of misinformation has been with the candidates. Not so much the voters' role. It was all transparent, fully participatory process in the voter registration. We don't think the voters' role is subject to question. But the candidate nomination process, even today, we still have parties waiting for court decisions, about 6 of them. And we don't know what the courts are going to decide. And again, today we have another court case on one of the candidates who was disqualified. So there's a lot of litigation that is ongoing, and we are likely to face more litigation post the election. We actually expect that there would be litigants who say we didn't count properly. Although we got 1 vote for you, you will say it's supposed to be 11. So you want us to make it 11 and you go to court for that. The last bit that probably one can share is the 3 ballot papers. It's still a difficult education for us to explain why 3, how they work, and remember to mark all 3. What we fear most is misinformation that says mark 1, the yellow one, and forget the others. You know, it's very easy for parties to campaign like that, or for independent candidates to campaign like that, which is clearly a misleading statement. I think there's one candidate I've heard, for this region, mark for me, the other 2 you can mark for any other party that is close to me. We don't know what he means by that. But at least he's not saying to people, spoil your other ballots. There's a lot of encouraging people to spoil their ballots. And it comes as a simple, straightforward statement. You have 3 ballots. Mark the one which is like this for me. The rest, you can put them back without marking them. So we have fears everywhere for ordinary voters. Now, for many of us who are in this space, we must look for things that will compromise and take away the confidence of the ordinary voter to make their informed choice. And that's what should worry all of us. And misinformation can come from our own media colleagues if we've not taken time to train and educate them. Fortunately, the partnership we have with SANEF is very good. We've been to all provinces. We are repeating the program again to just train and educate journalists about this electoral process. The other weakness for us is really the electoral staff themselves, what they do at the voting station. So we are also looking inward in what we will do to ensure proficiency and efficiency at the voting station so that we can cut down on possibilities of some of the misinformation to becoming a real and a fact in the circumstance. Let me stop here, otherwise
It's fine. Mr. Gidi, how then do you, during a time like this, it's campaign period right now, we're just a month and a bit before the big day itself, how do you educate, especially the new players, around equal sharing of the media space? Because as I think Mr. Moser has said, and even the Information Regulator has said, you can educate and train, especially political players, but what they go out there and do and say is a different thing. How do you work with them so that they are well informed and also know how to act within the perimeters of the laws that are in place at this time?
Thank you very much. Just to indicate that before we prescribe the regulations, we had to go all over the provinces, where we then workshop the political parties, we workshop the broadcasters, and then advise them as to what was the rationale or what is the rationale behind the regulation so that they can easily understand them. We have done that, and we have seen positive uptake in terms of the participation by the political parties and the broadcasters. And now that the regulations have been prescribed, we are still going to then workshop the broadcasters again so that they understand their obligations in terms of what is it that they ought to do in the main during this period. What we have also done is also to for the complaints resolutions, which are then supposed to be dealt with during this period. We have a body that is called the CCC, the Complaints and Compliance Committee, which will then adjudicate on all the broadcast-related complaints on an expedited basis to just ensure that whosoever is not happy with whatever that the broadcasters are going to be doing, they can then lodge the complaint with that tribunal, and the tribunal will then, on an urgent basis, be able to then adjudicate on those complaints. Thank you.
Just then, if I speak to you, Ms. Simoya, there's research that was done by HSRC where they asked the public around coercion when it comes to elections and who influences them who to vote for or what information to follow. And the number one coercers are family. So it's in the home. So are we doing enough then as institutions who are mandated to inform, to protect the public in terms of the knowledge that they are able to use to empower themselves? Are we reaching deep enough into the homes where the real conversations and the influence really happens?
Yeah. Well, that's a very good question, especially looking at us who are involved in civic and voter education and how we are reaching out to that. Because at the end of the day, then as we say, homes influence this. At the end of the day, when you go to the voting booth, it's a very personal act that you're doing, and we are not quite sure what happens in there. But I'm glad that it came from a research. Let me start there. I'm glad it came from a research because sometimes I think there are gaps when it comes to what influences voter behavior sometimes, and especially when you look at it in the context of misinformation and disinformation. Some of the conversations that would come from these close networks, let's say family and friends, usually happen in on WhatsApp, which again is a very difficult platform to be able to monitor and see how is misinformation and disinformation spreading in this platform. And after that, how it translates to voting patterns, it's a bit difficult when it comes to research there unless you're able to do proper evidence, like a proper research to be able to gather such evidence, and that needs money. And I believe it's still something that there's still a lot of potential in terms of building research around how conversations in closed networks end up translating into voter behavior. But all the same, this is a responsibility that lies a lot on, to start with the IEC when it comes to civic and voter education. How are we ensuring that, at the end of the day, citizens are making an informed choice, even if it's a choice that others might not agree with, but it's an informed choice all the same. It goes to the work that we do as civil society, the work that we do as media. Media does play a very important role. Not voter education, but generally public education is something that rests a lot with the media. It plays a watchdog function that is very important during the context of election. The public debate, it's a public debate forum. Right now it has been dispersed, of course, to online media platforms. It's good to the extent that we are breaking barriers when it comes to gatekeeping information. We can have these conversations online, and then generally all of us have responsibility when we're engaging online to be able to see the content there. If you're in a position to be able to debunk information, it should be great to do so. But we know a lot of us are what could possibly be described as lurkers, and I know I am one of the lurkers online. I will go online, look at the information, because I love research. I will go and look at the information, see how people are engaging with it. But it takes a lot for us to go ahead and, say this is misinformation and comment. But I always go to the comments, and it's very interesting. And I think Professor Mari made a mention of this, that they're informal fact checkers, and those are very important. That's a very important group when it comes to improving the accuracy of information there. To some extent, I'll have to put a disclaimer there, because we don't know about the ideologies that push certain people, but there's that informal fact checking that happens, for example, in the comment section of certain social media posts that happen in the closed networks of WhatsApp groups, where somebody is able to say, let us rein this in if it's an issue of hate speech, if it's an issue of misinformation and disinformation. And it would be great to actually share links to more credible information and encourage this culture of reading and fact-checking within the community. I think a group that possibly needs greater attention is, our religious leaders, our traditional leaders, how we can mainstream this information to grassroots levels where misinformation and disinformation could be spreading in a way that we don't quite understand as yet. Because Professor Mari mentioned this in terms of, the conversations that happens in salons, the conversation that happens on the street, I will say barbershops, churches. There could be misinformation and disinformation spreading in these networks, and it's coming from people who hold a certain position in society, not political figures, but let's say religious leaders. When you hear from them, you think this is what. It will be interesting to hear from the IEC, how are you engaging with religious leaders? This is something that we had tried to do at the center. We had intended to have an engagement with them. It didn't quite pan out, but to reach out to those networks, especially in the grassroots, the religious leaders, the traditional rulers, and see how we can use them, not as disseminators of misinformation and disinformation in certain contexts, but as people who counter mis and disinformation in the platforms that they hold. Another group that will be important, and this is something that was tried in Kenya in 2022, and that's finding trusted social media influencers, because we have seen reports of social media influencers being used, especially paid, to spread mis and disinformation. And the thing is, given the context that we live in, the inequalities, economic inequalities that unfortunately shape our existence in a lot of African countries, including South Africa, is that if I am an influencer and I am approached by different parties, regardless of what ideologies I hold, and there's a buck to be made, I might choose to sacrifice my personal ideologies, choose to sacrifice issues of integrity to be able to make some money. But it would be great to look at trusted social media influencers networks and see how we could use them, leverage their networks, leverage their follower base to be able to counter misinformation as well as spread correct information. And with that, having identified, which networks we can work with. And at the beginning, Professor Mari and Nom Shadow did a very good job of setting the context. We need to be working again from a point of knowledge where we have identified what are the risks. Is there a demand for mis and disinformation in our context? Who are the actors involved in spreading mis and disinformation? If it's domestic political actors, its ordinary citizens, how do we counter from these particular subjects? When it comes to what is the theme of mis and disinformation, how do we work to ensure that we provide and put forward accurate information with regards to these themes? And I believe when all of us as stakeholders are working from that point of knowledge where we have identified the subjects, the vulnerabilities, which groups, for example, and I think this is a research gap, which groups are, for example, more susceptible to mis and disinformation. I know there was a study, but it was a Western-based study that showed younger voters, for example, young people are more susceptible to believing mis and disinformation. And they're like, oof, is that also the same when it comes to Africa? Because sometimes we know about our African aunties who sometimes will see something and share it very quickly with you. But it would be great to get that disaggregated data to inform our interventions, who are most susceptible to sharing, who are most susceptible to believing, and how we can direct and formulate strategies that target all these different actors.
Thank you. I was just checking my time, and I'm proud to say I'm still within time. We've got about 20 minutes for question and answers. But before we do that, William, can you give very practical ways in which people can report misinformation? Because it's good to speak about all the laws and the regulations and what you should do, but how can people actually report it when it comes into their space?
So I guess the excuse me, the first thing to do is to acknowledge when it's going to come into your space. So I'll give you a practical example. Last week, Thursday, the IEC hosted the Code of Conduct signing, and they had that put up on the overhead thingy. See how old I am, sorry. The picture on the big screen.
Projector.
The projector screeny
yeah.
thing, the list of parties.
Yes.
And someone said, oh, the ANC's not there. Isn't that telling kind of thing, right? As if the IEC had left the ANC off. And that's just because at the time, that screen wasn't there. There were two screens, and the other one was the one because of where the ANC sits alphabetically. So you could immediately see a position where you get a heightened level of anxiety and where suddenly people are going, you see, the IEC now, they've left the ANC off. Luckily, the IEC were sitting there watching the conversation, and they were able to immediately respond and say, hang on a moment, this is why, etc. And they provided a clear, rational response as to why the ANC didn't appear on that particular screen. And that's a very nice, easy way of mitigating where you start to create it. So the second thing is we learned a lot from COVID, right, which is that news and events often track mis and disinformation. So the first thing you can do when you are sitting there is to see what the big stories are. So we know that one of the big stories today is involving the former president in courts with the MK party challenging the IEC about whether or not former President Zuma should be or shouldn't be allowed on the ballot paper. I mean, to stand as a candidate, forgive me. And we know that whatever the outcome of that case, there's going to be a heightened level of anxiety and a heightened level of tension, and we can bet that there's going to be mis and disinformation spreading around that. So the first thing for ordinary citizens is to go, before I do anything, I want to just go and check credible entity to see if what I've just heard is true or not. And I say this because I'm thinking of another example. If we all go now, and we leave the day and we jump in the lift, and the lift suddenly starts to rapidly escalate towards the bottom, there's the rope snaps or something. And I say to all of you in that situation, don't worry, if you jump just before you hit the bottom, we'll be fine, because then you'll be above before the lift hits the bottom. Most of us in that elevator will probably do that, even though it's going to make not a toffee of difference, we'll all be squashed anyway. Right? And that's because what disinformation does is it works off heightened level of anxiety. And whenever that's there, you are almost certainly going to fall for whatever's is coming there. And all of us in this room have fallen for that at one point or another, right? Where you either are so angry or upset or anxious that whatever comes into your thing, you're just like, okay, that's it. This is the most ridiculous thing now. The IEC has left the ANC off the ballot paper. That's it. The elections are going to not be free and fair, right? And it's very easy in that situation to then repost. So, and this is why Real 411 is actually really powerful, because first thing you do is you go and you report it to Real 411, which is the platform that we're doing running with the IEC. It's very easy. There's an app you can download on your iOS or your Android device. It takes you about 30 seconds to report a complaint. And the bonus is that if we mark it as an urgent, it means that in 45 minutes or less, we can run that thing through the entire system, where we get to the point, because we've got an agreement with the platforms, we say this is really worrying, they'll act on it, and they can have that removed. Because if you can stop mis and disinformation before it starts to go viral, you take away much of its power. So it really is worth reporting things as you see them. Also because in as much as all of the platforms are out there looking for things, and there are lots of people out there looking for things, none of us gets the same feed, because each of us have a very carefully tailored algorithmic experience. So some of us will see things that the others won't. Even if we're all sitting in this room now, we'll all be seeing very different and to some extent similar posts, just depending on what platform we're on. So the key thing is to get on there and report it. Now, you want to report it to Real 411 because it gets dealt with within the South African legal system and our principles, and because it means it'll get dealt with independently and transparently, and then the IEC is able to respond and mitigate. But I think that the point I want to leave with before we go into the questions is that you just track that level of anxiety in big news events, and you can pretty much start to predict where mis and disinformation things are going to occur. So if you look at what happened with COVID, initially they were like, oh no, COVID doesn't exist. So there was a whole lot of disinformation. It doesn't exist. It's a new form of, it's just a cold, scientists have just made it up, right? As it became clear that hundreds of thousands of people were dying, they were like, okay, we changed that. And then suddenly it started to be, well, don't worry, you can cure COVID if you just drink hot water filled with garlic, and you drink it upside down. Or you go the Donald Trump experience of potentially drinking bleach, right? It'll kill the germs from within. That was literally his suggestion. And then that gets picked up. Or medicines from people that are trying to make money, whether it's vitamins or whatever, you know, at that moment where people are going, oh my goodness, this is really dangerous, what are we going to do? They're looking for an answer. So you go to them and you say, here's your answer. A lot of people will buy that. And that's what we saw with those trends, and it's very much what we're anticipating in line with the elections now. And I think yeah, so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any heightened level of questions from the audience? Anything you want to... I have a question in the front. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. And I think this question is directed to my colleague from ICASA, Mr. Gidi. Last elections, there was one political party that was complaining about the media decampaigning against them. And they were saying they went to the people and campaigned, but the media houses, and especially the broadcasting media, were actually decampaigning against them. I just want to find out from the IEC perspective, what is your response to those allegations, and how do you, if they are valid, how do you intend to cap those kind of things in this coming election? Thank you.
Okay, okay. You go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Asanda. I'm from Rosebank Kilani Gazette. I'm a journalist. So I just wanted to ask, well, there's been a lot of talk about social media influencers, and I picked up that in the, the period where people were encouraged to go and register, I saw that there were a lot of social media influencers on different platforms who were invited to be on board and encourage the youth. I just want to know how successful was that with social media influencers coming on board.
Thank you. Last question for this round. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. This question is to the IEC. With regards to media coverage that you're offering to organizations, there seems to be selective coverage, and the BCCSA is not necessarily attending to how that is being dealt with. And what are the accountability processes that you are implementing with regards to such matters? Thanks.
That's to the IEC. Okay, so we'll start, let's do those three questions, and I think we'll take them backwards. IEC, do you offer platforms for media, for politicians, and share that equally amongst them? Is that your role?
No, it's actually our brothers, sisters in ICASA who deal with that aspect. So I'll invite them to deal with that.
If you can tackle the social media
from our
influences
side,
as well.
we just count votes. And we'll tell you what are the totals and who's got what. And then the secondary role that we will play is to then convert your votes into parliamentary seats. And it's a very exciting process. But it needs you to know a little bit of arithmetic, you know. It's total number of valid votes divided by the total number of seats for that legislative house plus 1, which is now making sure if there are fractions, lose them. And because we are a proportional representation electoral system, you know, people say the electoral system has changed. It has not changed. It remains proportional representation. What it has done with the new framework is to allow independents to participate in general proportional representation. What it means is that the one person who is an independent must also get the number of votes required to get one seat, like political parties. So they are basically competing on equal basis with political parties. Now you will recall that there was a little issue which became a serious misinformation point, that there's wasted votes, or we asking more from independents than we would ask from political parties. It's certainly not true. The electoral system says you get the number of seats in parliament equal to the number of votes you get. So that's why there's a quota to make that division. So it's another area interpreting the election results, which is going to be an area of misinformation. So let's take time to understand that seat allocation process. Basically, where we sit as the commission, we can't tell you how many votes you need. We can only tell you how to estimate the number of votes you need. If you are contesting Gauteng, there's 6 million people. If you wanted one seat in Gauteng, we'll say 6 million divided by 80 places you somewhere around 65,000 votes per seat. That assumes there will be 100% voter turnout, which is not a fact. We already know that we won't have 100% voter turnout. But that's your estimation if you are an independent or a political party. So it's some of the thing of the information that we have in animation, in information leaflets. We put a lot of this on social media platforms as a toolkit for people to continuously interact with this. Now, when it comes to influencers, as a commission, we don't really go for influencers. But, you know, when participation in election is a popular thing, which is at the moment in the country, influencers, to remain influential, grab on the fact that elections are topical. The research we did said to us, voters out there, particularly young people, they like what influencers tell them and do, but they don't trust the information from them. They trust information from television and from radio and directly from traditional media, if you would call it that, as well as the Electoral Commission. In fact, political parties were way down there in terms of credible information. They trusted more the television to tell them the truth. So it says to us, spend more time with our media colleagues so that they continuously share factual information and correct information, because they are a source of information for most voters out there. But also the educational side, the civic education side, was best physically, which means we as the commission must be in your community and be talking to you about participation, about how to participate. Second one was when the commission would be on radio and talking about the voting process. So in the scheme of things, we think influencers just create the hype about the fact that there's an election, but the hows and who to trust still remains with traditional media and the body being the Electoral Commission. Decampaigning political parties is an area that we are always suspected to be players in. And it normally comes up when we correct a statement made by a party that is incorrect. And we find ourselves in that space, especially on our social media handles, that people intentionally post something incorrect, and when we correct it, the answer is you decampaigning us. I think is one case where we corrected something and the political activist said, thank you very much, IEC, for helping me. The correct information repeated what we had said. So we do get instances like those. Unfortunately, we can't shy away from the duty of making sure there's correct information out there, and we're taking it robustly in terms of the social media platform.
Would you like to comment, Mr. Gidi, on the decampaigning issue and how you deal with that as ICASA?
Yes, thank you very much for that question. Just to indicate that one of the core principles during the election is the equitable treatment of the political parties, independent candidates by the broadcasting licensees. Equitable treatment simply means fair treatment. Simply put, each and every broadcaster, they are then expected to treat political parties and independent candidates fairly. What that means is that even though equitable treatment may unlikely be achieved in a single program, but it is something that must be achieved in the series of programs, meaning that the independent parties and political parties should then be given an opportunity to then rebut certain comments which were then said in a particular program, to ensure that they have an opportunity to engage in the discussion and to respond to the issues which were raised against them. So depending on the issue, if that will then amount to the contravention of the regulation, it is something that if anyone is then aggrieved, they can then lodge a complaint with our CCC, and the CCC will then need to consider that issue if it is covered.
You wanted to say something?
So just because we monitor the media, and we're monitoring about 95 media now for these coming elections, one of the things, I mean, media are in an impossible position. There are fewer and fewer journalists, as we heard from Reggie in the second panel this morning, or first panel, whichever it was, that there are fewer and fewer journalists. Mr. Mosley tells us that there are 55 parties and they're independents. There's no way, with the space and resources that they have, that media can give all of those parties equal coverage. I think they're going to even struggle to give equitable coverage precisely because there's so many unknowns. Now, why this links then to our current discussion is that what we've seen every year since we've been a democracy is that political parties that want to get more media coverage tend to do more and more outrageous things. You do something outrageous, the journalists, instead of going and covering a boring political speech here or event, are going to go to the thing that's generating a lot of excitement or a lot of disturbance. If it's violence, if it's something completely ridiculous or outrageous, like we're going to ban all foreigners, or something completely offensive, media will tend to go to that. And what did I say earlier? If you watch the spread of mis and disinformation, it tracks the news agenda. So where those things start to rise and where those big stories start to occur, especially if they're motivated by parties looking for media coverage, you're going to tend to also then get that accompanied by bad actors, people spreading mis and disinformation around it. Quite how to solve this dilemma for media, I'm not really sure, because they try their best. SABC has, in the last few elections, done an excellent job in terms of giving equitable coverage to parties. But even then, you're talking about 12 parties over the period that get any kind of vaguely meaningful coverage. Most of the political coverage, so 60% of it, or more, in fact, goes to just 5 political parties, which means that your other 50 parties in the current elections are going to be getting left to divvy up the other 40% of elections coverage. Thanks.
Okay. Just to let the audience know, it's past now. I'm not going to take up Mr. Gwala's inferred offer for me to take over the next hour. I will not do that. Mr. Mosery wants to make a comment in relation to this. Then I'm going to check the room for any more questions. Then I'm going to do closing comments, very short, starting with Ms. Simuya, and Tate Dimba, Mr. Mosery, Mr. Bird, and Mr. Gidi, in that order, and then we'll wrap up. So, Mr. Mosery, your comment in relation to this topic?
Just maybe to share with everyone here, in our efforts to manage this space and minimize misinformation, yes, we've done some work, which is pioneer work at a continental level and at an international AWEB level, which is the Global Association of Electoral Management Bodies, and the continental work. When we came back to our domestic environment, we've actually spent time with the platforms. At least the 3 platforms here in the country are seriously cooperating and working with us. TikTok, Google, and Meta, where we ran political party training sessions on the positive use of social media platforms. Because we can't always be sitting here and attacking the misuse, but we've got to be doing something. MMA has been party to those particular training sessions. And we continue to do that. It was not a once-off. It's a series of such training sessions that we think are important. We've also spent time training the electoral staff themselves in this area, so that we are not found wanting in terms of preparing ourselves sufficiently. When it comes to other key stakeholders, Maristella raised this point, the work that we would have done with traditional leaders, church leaders, around aspects of access to information, correct information. We spend almost every 3 months with traditional leadership at a provincial level, which is basically a platform for us to share with them where the program of election is and what is likely to happen in the next 3 months. As we speak now, we're sharing with them how many contestants are there. Please allow them access to come and campaign in your traditional authorities, because they need that access. We spend time with the commercial farming community, because again there's issues of access, whilst there are issues of biosecurity that needs to be taken care of. When it comes to church leaders, the various formations here, but we've taken time to reach out to all of them. But obviously, like traditional leaders, like farmers and any other stakeholders, they do make a choice on who to associate with politically. And when it reaches that point, it may change the character of what is happening in that space. Just lastly, on the continental guidelines and principles on social media, it's really something you must take care of in terms of its genesis and the role of South Africa in the development of that framework. We are currently working with our legal team to see which aspects of that particular code, if I may call it for that, can still see a part of our regulations before this election. When you read the guidelines and principles, you will see that it clearly indicates all the key role players and what they can do to create an environment that is conducive for free and fair elections to take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As my timekeeping reputation burns 5 minutes in, any more questions, last questions, so I don't deprive you of the opportunity? Okay, I see no hands. I'm going to ask for those closing remarks from the panel. Is there a hand there? Okay, one, there's the lady behind you. Or is it you? Oh, okay, yes. There you go.
I just want to check. We spoke to funding earlier. They touched a bit on it. Given that represented parties are already funded, in terms of coverage, that unrepresented parties aren't necessarily funded, do we not think that we should be providing more platform to unrepresented parties because there is no particular funding that is dedicated to them at this stage?
Money issues, Mr. Mosuri. Money and influence.
The financing of political party campaigns is really for everyone who is a contestant to raise their own funding. Yes, the Political Party Funding Act that we manage as the Commission does three things. One, it says there's money from the state that is given to support the existence of political parties. But that fund looks after represented political parties. It means it's only the 14 currently in legislature who have access to that fund. When I say looks after the existence and supports the existence of those represented parties, it looks at your office infrastructure, your basic overheads to remain in existence whilst you are in parliament. If you were to lose a seat in parliament, the state won't look after you as a political party. The second part of the act provides for disclosures. If you recall, many of our civil society wanted to know who's funding which political party. And that disclosure is happening. It's been 2 years running. We are on our third year. The disclosures are there, but people are saying it's not enough. And therefore, it suggests that you must look at the amendments of the law if you want more than what is being disclosed. Obviously, a few NGOs have said the threshold is way too high. Drop it to something like anyone who gives 20,000 to a party, it must be disclosed. Whereas currently, it's 100,000 up to 15 million that you disclose, and it limits a contribution to 15 million. The third thing that is provided for is the multi-party fund, where business and other philanthropists can contribute for the existence of our democracy. And that fund is distributed currently 60% of it on equitable basis and 40% on proportion basis. That's how the distribution is done. When we have time, I can explain to you what equitable and proportional distribution means, but that's how the public funding of political parties. So when you decide to form a party, you must also have a source to fund your party's campaign. And if that source is more than 100,000, you must disclose. Currently, of the 600 odd political parties on our database, about 550 of them failed to submit annual reports. That's a different case that we will take with them to force them to account for whatever funds they received from wherever. The Act enjoins them to always submit annual financial reports, and they did not submit. So we have a lot of things to manage in that space, but it's a new area in our democracy, and it keeps on evolving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mosri. I'm putting on my watch because it means my job here is done. You have another question. Okay, I will not deny you the opportunity. This is what we're here for. Please ask a question.
Thank you for that. I have a question to both the IEC and the IR. So what mechanisms are there to ensure that access to information for rural community is somewhat enforced? The IEC spoke about traditional leadership and how they're involved. Aside from traditional leaders, what other mechanisms are they doing or enforcing or implementing to ensure that rural communities are included? And then the second question is related to misinformation and disinformation. So we have seen a trend, or there has been an increase in digital citizenship as a way to combat or curb misinformation. What are the mechanisms that are there, or what are the mechanisms set in place to promote as well as advance digital citizenship, especially considering how the elections are now somewhat very electronic? So, yeah, those are the two questions.
So I don't know about electronic, but thank you for those questions. So IEC and IR, let's start with you. How are we making sure we're not leaving any man or woman out, especially in a rural country such as ours?
No, thank you for the question. But before I respond to the question, can I just add to what Mr. Mosri indicated earlier with regards to the submission of annual financial statements by political parties? One of the reasons, Mr. Mosri, they are not, the majority is not submitting these financial statements is because they are not keeping these financial records. In our assessment that we did, that I spoke to, we also looked at that aspect of the Political Party Funding Act, which requires that registers be kept of those donors that give more than 100,000 rands to a political party. Mr. Damasis is here, he will indicate, but I think of the 13 political parties represented in Parliament, I think only 4 actually keep those registers. But I might be getting the figures wrong, but certainly it's not all of them. They don't do it. So they're not reporting to you because simply they're not keeping this information, which they are required to be keeping. Now, on the issue of engaging with rural communities, we have a program at the Information Regulator called the Dikopano program. The Dikopano program is essentially about taking the regulator to where the people are. And we intentionally focus on remote areas of the country. I mean, everybody knows about the regulator in Johannesburg and Cape Town and Durban. That's not where the need is. The need is in those parts of the country where there really is a deficit in terms of access to information, held by local authorities most especially. So when we do these Dikopano campaigns or this program, we intentionally engage with traditional leadership, with local leaders, and local government to say, to conscientize them on the responsibility that they have in terms of creating access to information, particularly proactive disclosure of information. Because it's those rural communities where people often don't have the confidence to approach a figure of authority and say, I want to know this, that, and the other. It becomes important for those structures at that level to proactively make information available. And that is the anchor. That is basically the pitch that we make when we engage through the Dikopano campaign on the issue of access to information. Thank you.
Rural areas, the commission basically must manage elections in every corner of the country. There's 23,300 voting stations. And that becomes our map of civic education and voter education. We ensure that we've reached every community of the 23,300 sites of voting. So we have field workers that go out 3 times a week to various communities. And that's the thrust of us being able to reach rural communities. And when they present there, they present in vernacular that is spoken in that community. That is to make the information accessible. In our information leaflets, where we have a slightly literate community, is also in all our languages. Now, we also have a specific program for the disabled, particularly the blind with the braille material, and secondly, the deaf, where we ensure that we have in our teams that go to communities people who speak sign language, so that the election itself is accessible to all citizens. So that's the main thrust of our work. The supporting civic education is 30 minutes talk shows on community radios, not your mainline radio stations and your commercial radio stations. We do it there as well, but all of those are English medium. So we basically are talking to the same people if we try to use all of them. So we focus on community radios, some of them in vernacular, which we enjoy a lot more. But we also make sure that whatever show we are giving, it is a talk show. Voters can call in, ask questions that worry them, that are localized, and we offer responses. And here and there, we actually take our own executives and put them in these radio stations so that they can answer some of these questions holistically. That's the bit that we do. But there are other materials that we share. We have a lot of animation that we do on television. We also circulate on social media platforms just to access whoever we can find on all of these platforms. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm doing closing remarks now, and I'm starting with Ms. Simuya. And if I could get call to actions, maybe rather than any more information. I think we've gotten a lot, but what are the call to actions that you would like to impart on our audience today?
I will be naughty a bit, but you will forgive me, but I will talk about calls to action. And you have remixed my name. It is Mrs. Simiyu. Miss Simiyu.
Simiyu, yes.
Yes, Miss Simiyu. So the subject of our panel today was a multi-sectoral approach to the issue of mis and disinformation. And I think from the presentations of all the panelists, you can see there are concerted efforts to have different sectors involved in dealing with the issue of false news in the context of elections. But a greater call is to assess to what extent our interventions are actually, and given our background in civil society and media, is how these interventions are actually rights-based, that they are pushing human rights-based approaches to dealing with the issue of mis and disinformation. And I'll say largely that they are interventions that have been developed across the different sectors seek to enhance political participation, the right to political participation of the citizenry, and more so that we are nurturing, of course, an informed citizenry that will meaningfully participate in the electoral process. And beyond this, because we are talking about issues of mis and disinformation, and here the intersection of rights such as freedom of expression come into play, access to information, media freedom, the right to privacy also comes to play in this regard. We need to also ensure that in coming up with interventions that these rights are not infringed, violated, or threatened. We've talked about the issue of, we just mentioned briefly the issue of legislation, and I'll make reference to our research that we did at the Center of Lexota. It's a tool that looks at laws on expressions online and how laws on disinformation and how they impact freedom of expression. And I can say from our research, there was no single country in sub-Saharan Africa that passed the test. When you look at laws and regulation as an intervention to issues of mis and disinformation, we see African countries fail miserably. And this is because while the laws are there and they might be enacted as a way, they will think that it will handle mis and disinformation. What we see in a lot of African countries is that these laws become weaponized. We see a rise in digital authoritarianism where these laws are being used to silence certain critical voices. And so we do not have evidence as yet in Africa that laws and regulations as a way, not all regulations, but laws specifically that criminalize the spread of mis and disinformation have been an effective intervention to handling the issue of mis and disinformation. And so going back to the call towards a rights-based approach to dealing with mis and disinformation, it's looking at issues of civic and voter education, issues of boosting media and information literacy, ensuring proactive disclosure of information. That leans more towards promoting a rights-based approach to dealing with mis and disinformation, as opposed to more restrictive approaches such as regulations that are criminalizing the spread of mis and disinformation. And South Africa does have some regulations that are questionable. We've talked about the COVID regulations, but also the Electoral Act itself does impose a 6-month sentence in the event that you are found culpable of spreading certain mis and disinformation in the context of elections. And so there's a need to look at that, the implications when you use the law as an intervention and continue to veer more towards right-based approaches to dealing with mis and disinformation in elections in South Africa. Thank you.
You so much for your time. Mr. Gidi?
Thank you very much. I will be brief. Just to say that fighting the challenge of misinformation, disinformation, malinformation will never be an easy task. However, we will be failing millions of South African voters if we were to leave them to fight this challenge alone. All relevant stakeholders, they play a critical role in fighting misinformation, disinformation. So what has come up, which is very clear here and very encouraging, is that the coordinated multi-stakeholder approach to fighting the scourge of misinformation and disinformation is critical, and we need to embrace that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time as well. Mr. Bird?
4 points. VMPR. Get out and vote. Doesn't matter who for, but get out and vote. Tell your family, disown them if they're not going to vote. They don't care about democracy. Vote, vote, vote. Second thing, support media. Media are crucial and critical to a democracy. You cannot have a democracy without diverse, independent media. It's that simple. So if you value democracy, support media. It means take out subscriptions, read them, let them know, complain to them if they're doing things wrong, by all means, but support media, support the public broadcaster. It's critical to our democracy. Third thing, don't be a doorknob and pause before you post. Remember that, pause before post. When you're sitting there and you're getting angry or things are making you anxious, you see something outrageous, just pause before you repost whatever that thing is that's making you want to go a little bit mad. Put the phone down, go hit a pillow or something. Just pause, have a calming cup of tea, whatever jingles your bells, whiskey in my case, and then go and look at it later. or the next day probably is a good idea. The world isn't going to crash if you don't repost that thing, but you can do a lot of harm if you do. And then finally, if you see dodgy stuff, do something about it. Report it, report it, report it. Unless we act on it, unless we all work together, as we're all saying, report. Something you can do from the comfort of your own home. It's like activism, collectivism that actually makes a difference. And wouldn't you like to feel good that you can actively contribute to democracy?
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Mr. Mosri?
Sufficiently covered by colleagues. One addition, let's all take the responsibility to do public education.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, if we miss that responsibility, we will miss the millions of South Africans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mosri. Final words.
I don't have final words. I have a complaint. I think there is a shortage of free flow of information during the session. Professor Mary didn't warn us how hot this screen is behind us. He has denied us access to information.
No, but if we'd done it in shorts, it would have been even more embarrassing.
William and I have been struggling. No, but thank you. I don't want to repeat what has been said. The issue of education, public education, voter education is quite important. Call to action on political parties to take their PAIA compliance requirements seriously.
Yes, good hour.
And lastly, for the digital platforms to really share more information about compliance in terms of community standards and their policies that they have.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dimba. Thank you very much to the panel, and thank you to you as well for staying with us.
You have to wait for your good
I thought I was going through like menopause.
And then I believe we have to take a photo.
I think.
Should
I think I'll have a conflict of interest.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Mawetu must declare.
I'm in trouble.
Hey, what's going on? What's going on here?
This is all three. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we can give it to the facilitator, this one.
I also have to declare. Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay. The photo.
Bags down. Bags down. Stomachs in, chest out.
Yeah.
No disinformation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Sibanda, for that good facilitation. It shows that you've got the knowledge of the subject. Thank you. Without any waste of time, I'm going to call Mr. Nemasisi to deal with the last aspect of the program. Because we always talk, but at the end of the day, we don't come up with a clear way forward. So in order to avoid reducing this whole effort, where resources which have been spent by the IEC, the Information Regulator, and the Media Monitoring Africa, otherwise it will become fruitless and wasteful expenditure, isn't it, CEO? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, really? Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Program Director. This has been a long day, obviously, for all of us, but a very fruitful meeting or dialogue regarding the misinformation and disinformation. Our program started with the CEO of the Information Regulator, who made the opening remarks, and he provided us the objectives of today's session and provide the guidance to say what is it that we're going to look at. And it was followed by the chairperson of the IEC, who gave us the keynote address, wherein he pledged to tackle the triple threats. He called them triple threats. And the first one is misinformation, one of the threats. The second one, he said, is disinformation. And the third one is malinformation. And he said these threats obviously needs to be tackled. And then lastly, he made a pledge. And his pledge was to tackle all those triple threats. Can I get from the house if we're all pledging for that? Yes, definitely. Thank you so much. And then we had the panel discussion. The first panel discussion focused on what are the misinformation and disinformation, how can they affect the quality of 2024 general elections. The panel took us through the definition or meaning of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And the panel also talked about the panel also discussed the fact that there are various social media platforms that have become fertile grounds for disinformation and misinformation to flourish. And I think we had a panel that from those social media platforms as well who indicated what are the measures they have in place. And the panel also talked about the Ds of electoral disinformation. This was mostly Prof, who was very passionate in his speech. I'm sure everybody can agree. He was very passionate. And these Ds of electoral disinformation, he said, firstly, is discrediting, create distrust, delegitimization, destabilization, disruption, and the last one, he said, dissuade the electoral processes. That's a very important aspect that we have learned from this. And lastly, in terms of the panel, there was also a proposal of a new legislation to regulate mis and disinformation. And there was a resolution on this aspect where the panel felt that whilst there's a need to have legislation, we need to be cautious about over-regulation, as this may result on the infringement of other rights such as freedom of expression. I think that's one of the key aspects that came out from that proposal. The recommendations that we managed to capture is that we must engage in cross-campaigning among all relevant stakeholders to fight misinformation and disinformation. This is coming from the first panel, and that social media platforms and other digital platforms must facilitate the cascading down of debunking of misinformation and disinformation pieces through the same platform where they originated. So if somebody tweets misinformation, disinformation, must go back to the same platform. And you change the narrative that has been created. We then have panel 2. The panel dealt with the role of media and social media in ensuring accurate information is disseminated during the 2024 general elections. In this panel, the discussion was much more of our social media and the media in general. And the media has mandate to ensure that it presents a balanced view, which is very critical. And there was an aspect of the code of conduct for media that has been updated with improved principle on how the journalists conduct themselves. One of the critical issues was the fact that fact-checking is critical and crucial for the credibility of media and social media platform for information dissemination, and this should be balanced with the right of freedom of expression. Very important. We also had, under this panel, a commitment from Meta and Google on measures they've put in place, such as risk mitigating plan, and a war room in preparation for the elections. And these mitigation plans are to ensure credible and accurate dissemination of information and to curb the spread of misinformation and disinformation. Lastly, there was a debate about how the BCCSA, the Broadcast Complaints Commission of South Africa, what role does it play, and as well as how the SANEF as well plays a critical role in protecting the journalist as well, especially with regard to the SLAP suit. So whenever you've got a complaint, the resolution is that please make sure that you do submit your complaints to those bodies. And if you have to go to court, please go to court to protect the dissemination of accurate information. We also need to ensure the information is disseminated to the poor of the poorest, and in this regard, the IEC and the regulator, as well as the media, will definitely play a critical role in that regard. Mostly, the criticism that we normally get as stakeholders here is that we only focus on urban areas. And the meeting did, and I think in the last panel, there was a discussion about the importance of going to the rural areas. And lastly, different stakeholders, including media houses, civil society organizations, and government need to take accountability and ownership of their role in eliminating the negative effect of misinformation and disinformation during election. That's one of the resolutions that we have. We then had the panel number 3. This panel focused on multi-sectoral approach to curbing misinformation and disinformation during 2024 general election. This is where government and civil society need to collaborate. The IEC did indicate that there is a code of conduct as well as a prohibited conduct, which deal with both mis and disinformation. And prohibited conduct becomes, obviously for any prohibited conduct, this becomes a criminal conduct which normally dealt with by the court, but the IEC did indicate that there is an electoral code that, and the IEC encourage everybody that if you are not happy with certain conduct of the political parties, please go to the electoral court. You do not have to wait for the IEC to do so. That's one of the resolutions that we have in terms of us to ensure that we protect the rights to free and fair election. We were also informed about the launch of a guidelines for journalists and political parties on AI, which will be launched tomorrow. So we're looking forward for that guidelines so that it can assist us on how to ensure free and fair elections. There's also an importance of implementation of guidelines on access to information in election in Africa. This is one of the guidelines that was passed, I think, somewhere in 2019. So we need to implement those guidelines during these elections because it does provide guidance on how we could conduct ourselves to ensure free and fair elections. The role of ICASA in setting ground rules for public elections, broadcast, and political advertisement was one of the things that we have recognized that it does play a critical role in ensuring that there is fair airtime allocated to all the political parties. The regulator indicated, Information Regulator, they've indicated that it's concerned about the level of transparency by the political parties and independent candidates. And for example, this is the funding for political parties. I think it's one of those things that as the Information Regulator, we're waiting for the complaint. We can't do own initiative complaints in terms of access to information. So those who want to submit a complaint to the regulator, do so that we can assist you to access the political funding for those parties that are not disclosing their funding, because it is important for purpose of election and for those people who want to decide as to who they have to vote. Lastly, is the need for the voters' education on 3 ballot papers. The IEC emphasizes on that, and that the resolution is that all stakeholders, especially the media, are encouraged to assist to educate the public on those 3 voters' roles. This is very important. So my task, Program Director, was to deal with those resolutions, but also to do the closing remarks. And I'm now going to the closing remarks. I'll start the closing remarks with the following: the right of access to credible and accurate information versus misinformation and disinformation. The importance of the right of access to credible and accurate information is a constitutional right. That is necessary for the realization of other human rights. What are other human rights? For example, talk about the right to free and fair election as well as the freedom of expression. So it is important that the information that you receive must always be credible and accurate. Access to credible and accurate information empowers the electorate to be well informed about the political processes with due regard to their best interest to freely elect political office holders of their choice. A free and fair election is defined by one of the political scientists, Robert Dahl, wherein he defined free and fair election as an election in which coercion is comparatively uncommon, and it involves political freedoms and fair processes leading up to the vote. What are those fair processes leading to the vote? It's ensure that there is accurate information that is being disseminated to all the potential voters. So misinformation and disinformation in any election have all elements of violating not only the right to free and fair election, but also the right of access to accurate information. So it means those voters, if there is a mis and disinformation, will not have those rights. And this is so because an election is considered free when one can decide whether or not to vote, and to vote freely for the candidate or a party of your choice without manipulation or distortion of information. In closing, I would like to start by thanking all the following speakers for their excellent thought-provoking talks. We'll start with the CEO of the Information Regulator, who did the opening and welcoming address. Thank you so much, sir. The chairperson of the IEC in
absentia for his keynote address. Program Director, you did a very sterling work. And all the facilitators, Ms. Tilin absentia, Ms. Louise Singh Kosinkulu, Ms. Sibanda, thank you so much for facilitating the session. We thank you for animating the sessions and keeping things both under control and reasonable on time. Okay, to all the presenters and panelists, we thank you as well for the work that you have done. Most importantly, I would like to thank you all for being present here, the participants. Without your presence, input, ideas, discussion, this dialogue would not have been a success it has now. Finally, I would like to thank the Independent Electoral Commission, the Information Regulator, Media Monitoring Africa for making sure that this event takes place. This is a good collaboration between the three entities. I will be making a serious mistake if I forget to thank the organizers of this session for organizing such a successful event. I think it's both from the three stakeholders that made sure that this happened. And thank you so much for those organizers. And again, thank you. And as Mr. Bedet said, let's all go and vote on the 29th of May to protect our democracy. Thank you so much, Program Director.